Hello and welcome to tonight's video. Grab your Bible, take a deep breath, relax and listen to the story. Now close your eyes and let God's voice guide you to sleep. Section 1. The Whisper in the Dawn. The world before Eli's eyes was not yet a world of color, but one of soft, monochrome potential. The sky, a vast dome of charcoal gray, was just beginning to blush with a hint of violet along the eastern ridges. The air was cool and carried the clean, damp scent of dew-kissed earth and the faint, aromatic perfume of wild thyme and sage that clung to the rocky hillsides. Silence reigned, a profound and holy silence, broken only by the occasional soft rustle of a woolly form shifting in its sleep, or the distant, lonely cry of a nighthawk returning to its roost. Eli sat on a flat, cool stone at the entrance of the sheepfold, his cloak pulled tightly around his shoulders. His eyes, heavy with a night of watchfulness, scanned the dark, huddled shapes of the flock. They were a sea of soft white, dotted with darker faces, all breathing in the slow, steady rhythm of slumber. This was his charge. This was his responsibility. At 15 years old, the weight of it still felt new and immense upon his slender frame. A single lost lamb could mean a family's meal for a week, or a sacrifice unable to be made at the temple. The thought was a constant, low hum of anxiety in the back of his mind. He heard the soft crunch of a sandal on gravel before he saw the figure. It was his grandfather, Malachi, moving with the slow, deliberate grace of a man who had spent 70 years walking these same hills. He did not walk as if he owned the land, but as if he belonged to it, each step a quiet conversation with the earth. He carried 2 wooden cups, steam curling from their tops in the chill air. The dawn watch is the heaviest. Malachi's voice was a low rumble, like distant thunder, yet it held a warmth that immediately comforted Eli. He handed one of the cups to his grandson. The night is not yet gone, and the day is not yet come. It is a time between times, a good time for listening. Eli took the cup, his fingers wrapping gratefully around its warmth. The scent of bitter herbs and hot water filled his senses. Listening for what, Saba? He asked, using the intimate term for grandfather. Malachi settled himself onto a neighboring stone with a soft groan. His face was a roadmap of wrinkles, each line etched by sun and wind, but his eyes, the color of dark honey, were clear and bright, holding a deep, unshakable peace. For the land to wake up, he said simply. For the shepherd to speak. Eli sipped his tea, its bitterness a familiar wakefulness on his tongue. He looked out over the flock, then up at the lightning sky. The shepherd? You mean Adonai? Malachi nodded slowly, his gaze also lifting to the heavens, where the last stubborn stars were beginning to fade. He is our shepherd, the old man said, and the words were not a recitation from the scrolls, but a statement of fact as solid as the rock they sat on. It is the first thing a shepherd must know, and the last thing he forgets. We are not the ultimate keepers of this flock. We are under-shepherds. He is the one who leads. Our job is to follow, and to watch for his leading. The concept was not new to Eli. He had heard it in the synagogue, chanted in the Psalms of David. But here, in the raw, quiet reality of the pre-dawn, with the responsibility of 100 lives resting on his shoulders, it felt different. It felt like a truth he needed to grasp with both hands. How do you know he is leading? Eli asked, his voice barely a whisper. It's not as if a voice comes from the sky. A gentle smile touched Malachi's lips. Not often in a voice, he agreed. Though sometimes, in the silence, it is louder than any shout. He leads in other ways. He leads by providing. He gestured with his chin towards the rolling hills that were now becoming visible as shapes of deep green and shadowy gray. Look, the sun is about to touch the high pastures. What do you see? Eli squinted, his young eyes sharper than his grandfather's. I see the slope. I see the rocks and the gorse bushes. Look deeper, Eli. See with a shepherd's eyes. Not at the obstacles, but at the path between them. See the tender, new grass growing along the seam of the land, where the water from the spring rains has run down and nourished it. It is the sweetest grass, the most nourishing. "He makes me lie down in green pastures," Malachi said, and the words were so woven into the moment that Eli couldn't tell where his grandfather's speech ended and the ancient poetry began. "He does not drive us to barren ground or to places of lack. He knows what the flock needs, and he has already prepared the place. Our job is to see the path he has made through the obstacles and to lead them there." As if on a divine cue, the first sliver of the sun broke over the distant mountains. It was not a violent burst, but a slow, gentle washing of gold over the landscape. The gray turned to soft blue, the violet to rose, and the dark greens of the pastures suddenly ignited.
Section 2. The Path to Still Waters. The transition from the quiet contemplation of the sheepfold to the gentle chaos of the moving flock was a ritual Eli had known since he could walk. But this morning it felt different. He was seeing it through new eyes, the eyes his grandfather had just given him. The sheep, now fully awake, milled about in a soft, bleeding mass. They pressed against each other, their warm bodies a moving landscape of wool, their blunt noses sniffing the air for the scent of food and water. The air, once silent, was now filled with their plaintive calls, the sharp barks of the two herding dogs, and the low, steady instructions from Malachi. Eli moved among them, his staff, a length of sturdy oak, smoothed by years of use, not as a weapon, but as an extension of his own body. He used it to gently guide a ewe back into the fold, to tap the flank of a ram who was growing too assertive, to create a boundary the sheep understood instinctively. It was a dance, one he had learned from childhood, a language of pressure and release, of presence and guidance. "Watch the edges, Eli." Malachi's voice carried calmly over the din. "The strays are not the rebellious ones. They are the distracted ones. The ones who see a clump of clover just off the path and forget the greater feast that lies ahead." Eli nodded, his eyes scanning the periphery. He saw one, a young ewe with a patch of gray on her ear, already veering towards a thorny bush that held a few withered berries. He moved quickly, not with alarm but with purpose. He didn't shout or run, which would only startle the entire flock. Instead, he positioned his body between the ewe and the bush, his presence a quiet, firm barrier. He tapped the ground near her hindquarters with his staff. She startled, looked up at him with blank, confused eyes, and then, seeing the flock moving away, bleated once and trotted back to the safety of the multitude. This, he realized, was part of it. He leads me. The leading was not a frantic chasing. It was a calm, consistent redirecting. It was about being a presence that was both comforting and authoritative, a presence the sheep learned to trust implicitly. With the flock gathered, Malachi took the lead. He did not walk behind them, driving them forward into the unknown. He walked ahead of them. Eli, with the dogs, took up the rear and the flanks. The sheep, seeing their shepherd moving confidently forward, began to follow. There was a collective sigh, a settling, as the random milling coalesced into a purposeful flow. They trusted that the figure walking ahead knew where he was going. The path to the high pastures was not a straight, easy line. It wound around outcrops of jagged limestone, dipped into shallow ravines where shadows still clung with the memory of the night, and skirted the edges of thickets where brambles reached out with clutching fingers. Malachi chose the route with an unerring knowledge that seemed born of the very soil beneath his feet. He was leading them on the right paths. Eli felt the truth of the Psalm's next line settle into his bones. "He guides me along the right paths for his name's sake." These were not necessarily the shortest paths, or the easiest ones from a human perspective. The shorter path led across a steep, rocky scree where a sheep could easily break a leg. The easier path led through a field of a bitter, invasive weed that could sicken the lambs. Malachi's path was the right path. It was the path of safety, of provision, of well-being. It was chosen for the sake of the flock, and in walking it, the shepherd's reputation as a good and wise keeper was affirmed. As they walked, the sun climbed higher, its warmth a gentle pressure on their backs. The dew evaporated, filling the air with a fresh, green fragrance. The flock moved at a steady, plodding pace, their soft hoofballs a rhythmic percussion on the dusty path. Eli's earlier anxiety had completely melted away, replaced by a sense of rhythmic purpose. His soul, which had felt frayed and tired from the night watch, felt restored. It was not a dramatic feeling, but a quiet one, like a wrinkled cloth being gently smoothed, or a muddy pool settling until it became clear again. After an hour's walk, the path curved around a final, large boulder, and there it was, the green pasture. It was even more magnificent up close. The grass was thick and lush, rising nearly to the sheep's knees. Wildflowers, tiny blue stars and bright yellow cups, dotted the expanse like embroidery on a rich tapestry. The flock needed no encouragement. With a surge of happy bleats, they spread out across the field, their heads dipping down, the sound of their contented cropping a soft, continuous rustle. Malachi led them to the far edge of the pasture, where the land dipped down to form a small, sheltered basin. And there, just as he had promised, were the quiet waters. It was not a stream, but a spring that bubbled up from a cleft in the rocks. Section 3, The Shadow in the Valley. The peace of the green pasture was as deep and satisfying as a long drink of cool water. Eli felt the tension of the dawn, the focused effort of the journey, all dissolve under the warm, midday sun. He had even dozed for a while, lulled by the rhythmic sound of contented grazing and the gentle hum of the highland bees. When he opened his eyes, the sun had shifted, casting longer, softer shadows from the stands of pine trees at the crest of the hill. The light was turning to gold, a sign that the afternoon was waning. Malachi was already on his feet, his posture one of quiet assessment. He was not looking at the flock, which was still scattered across the lush grass, but at the land ahead. Eli followed his gaze. Beyond their idyllic plateau, the land changed. It fell away into a deep, narrow valley, its sides thick with scrub oak and myrtle. The path, visible as a faint, tan line, descended steeply into those shadows. The sun, positioned in the west, did not yet reach the valley floor, leaving it a pool of cool, blue-gray shade. It looked like a different world, a world of secrets and unseen corners. "It is time," Malachi said, his voice breaking the sleepy silence. "We must move through the valley of the shadow." The name sent a faint, familiar tremor through Eli's stomach. He had heard stories of this place. It was the quickest route back to the home folds, a necessary passage between the high summer pastures and the safety of the village. But it was also a place of predators. Jackals made their dens in the rocky outcrops, and rumors of a lone wolf, though rare, were enough to set any shepherd's nerves on edge. It was a place where a sheep could easily wander off the obscured path and become trapped in a thicket, or lose its footing on the steep, scree-strewn slopes. Must we go now? Eli asked, his voice quieter than he intended. Could we not stay here for the night? Malachi turned, his honey-colored eyes holding Eli's. There was no judgment in them, only understanding. The night cold is bitter up here, and there is no shelter from the wind. The flock would suffer, and the longer we stay, the more the lambs grow tired, the more the grass here is depleted. No, grandson. The valley is part of the journey. It is the only way home. He picked up his staff and gave a low, piercing whistle. The two dogs, who had been lounging in the sun, immediately sprang to attention. The flock, conditioned by years of instinct and training, began to stir and coalesce. The peaceful scattering was over. The purposeful movement of the flock was beginning again. As they left the sunlit pasture and approached the head of the valley, the air changed. The warm, fragrant breeze was cut off by the high ridges. A cooler, damper air rose from the depths, carrying the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and cold stone. The light faded the moment they stepped onto the descending path, the golden sun replaced by a dim, filtered gloom. The sounds changed, too. The cheerful buzzing of bees was gone, replaced by the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth and the mournful coo of a dove hidden deep in the woods. Eli's grip tightened on his staff. His senses, which had been lulled into a dreamy state, were now sharp and alert. Every shadow seemed to move. Every snap of a twig made his heart jump. He watched the edges of the flock with an intensity that made his eyes ache, expecting at any moment to see a sleek, gray form dart out from the bushes. The sheep felt it too. Their contented bleating ceased. They moved closer together, their bodies pressing into a tight, nervous mass. Their heads were no longer down, grazing, but up, ears swiveling, eyes wide with a primal wariness. The trust they had exhibited on the sunlit path was now strained by the palpable atmosphere of danger. Malachi, however, did not change. He walked at the head of the flock, his pace still steady and sure. He did not hurry, which would have panicked the sheep into a stampede. He did not stop and peer fearfully into every thicket, which would have confirmed their fears. He simply walked forward, his staff tapping a calm, rhythmic beat on the stony path. His presence was an anchor in the shifting shadows. About halfway through the valley, where the path was at its narrowest and the shadows at their deepest, it happened. A tawny jackal, bold and hungry, slunk out from behind a large boulder. It was a scrawny thing, all ribs and sharp teeth, but its eyes held a desperate cunning. It fixed its gaze on a plump lamb that had strayed a few feet from the flock's edge. Eli's blood ran cold. He opened his mouth to shout, to run, but his limbs felt frozen. Malachi did not freeze. In one fluid, powerful motion born of a lifetime of such encounters, he turned. He did not retreat. He stepped toward the threat. He planted his feet, raised his heavy staff high, and let out a roar that seemed to shake the very leaves on the trees. Section 4. The Rod and the Staff. The air in the valley still felt heavy, thick with the lingering scent of dust, fear, and the musky odor of the retreating jackal. The sheep, though moving again, were a tightly packed, jittery mass. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every creak of a branch, caused a ripple of nervous bleats to pass through them. Their wide, glassy eyes reflected the dim green light, showing a primal terror that was slow to subside. side. Eli found his own heart still hammering against his ribs. The image of the jackal's sharp teeth and hungry eyes burned onto the back of his eyelids. The confrontation had been so swift, so visceral. It had shattered the illusion of safety. He watched his grandfather. Malachi's display of ferocity had been shocking. The roar, the charge, the powerful slam of the staff. It was a side of the gentle old man Eli seldom saw. Yet now, as they walked, that fierceness was gone, replaced by an even deeper tenderness. Malachi did not march ahead impatiently, frustrated by the flock's slowness. He moved among them, his voice a constant, low murmur. "Easy now," he crooned, his hand gently stroking the woolly back of a ewe that was trembling uncontrollably. "The danger is past. You are safe. I am here." He used his staff not as a weapon now, but as a point of contact, a reassurance. He would lay the curved crook gently against the side of a skittish sheep, not to yank or pull, but to let the animal feel his steadying presence, to guide it gently back into the center of the flock, away from the fearful edges. Eli saw the two instruments in his grandfather's hands not as one tool, but as two. The rod, the shorter, heavier club he wore at his belt, the one he had used to drive off the jackal, and the staff, the long, walking stick with its curved end. One for protection, one for guidance. One for the enemy, one for the flock. Both were essential. Both were comforts. Saba. Eli's voice was a little unsteady as he caught up to him. The jackal. It was so close. Malachi nodded, his eyes still scanning the flock, ever watchful. "The enemy is always close in the valley, Eli. He preys on the strays, the weak, the frightened. He counts on our fear to make us fail." "But you weren't afraid," Eli said, a note of awe in his voice. "Oh, I was afraid," Malachi corrected him softly, surprising the boy. "Fear is a gift. It sharpens the senses, gives strength to the arm. It is what we do with the fear that matters. If we let it rule us, we freeze. The flock scatters. The enemy wins. But if we give our fear to the shepherd, it becomes a weapon in his hand. My fear for the flock became the strength to face the jackal. His rod is our comfort because it means the enemy will not have the final word." He paused, using the crook of his staff to gently lift the head of a lamb that was stumbling, its nose too close to the ground in its terror. The lamb resisted for a moment, then allowed itself to be guided, its head coming up, its posture improving. "And this," Malachi said, tapping the staff, "is a comfort too, is it not? It is for the times when we are not facing an enemy from without, but when we are struggling from within. When we are too frightened to see the path. When we are weary and stumble. When we have wandered into a thicket of our own making and cannot find our way out." As if to illustrate the point, a sharp, panicked bleat echoed from their left. A young ewe, in her blind fear, had pushed away from the flock and gotten her fleece hopelessly tangled in a thorny bramble. The more she struggled, the more the cruel thorns bit deeper, snagging the wool and pulling tight against her skin. Her cries grew more frantic, her eyes rolling white with terror. Malachi moved swiftly but calmly. He handed his staff to Eli and approached the trapped animal. He didn't grab at her, which would have sent her into a final, self-destructive frenzy. He began to speak to her, his voice a rhythmic, soothing stream. "Shoo, little one, be still now. I see you. I am here to help you. Be still." He slowly drew the rod from his belt. The youth flinched at the sight of the weapon, but Malachi used it not to strike, but as a tool. He carefully worked the heavy end of the rod into the mass of thorns and wool, using it as a lever to pry and loosen the branches that held her captive. It was painstaking work. A thorn scratched the back of his hand, drawing a thin line of blood, but he did not pause or flinch. His entire focus was on freeing the trapped animal without harming her further. After a few long minutes, there was a final, tearing sound of wool, and the ewe sprang free. She stood for a moment, trembling, then bolted back to the safety of the flock, bleeding her relief. Malachi stood, wiping the blood from his hand onto his tunic. He looked at Eli. "The rod drives off the predator. The staff guides the wandering. And sometimes," he said, holding up the rod, "the rod is also used to break the thorns." Section 5, The Table in the Wilderness. The climb out of the valley of the shadow was a slow, deliberate ascent towards light and warmth. With every step, the oppressive gloom lessened. The air grew drier and sweeter, and the tight knot of fear in Eli's chest began to loosen. The sheep, sensing the change, moved with more purpose, their frantic bleating replaced by an eager, forward-pressing energy. They could smell the end of the confinement, the promise of open space. As they emerged from the mouth of the valley, the world exploded in a blaze of late afternoon glory. The sun, now hanging low and large in the western sky, poured its golden light over a new landscape. It was not the lush, emerald pasture of the morning, but a high, rocky plateau dotted with hardy shrubs and windswept grasses. But to the flock and to Eli, it felt like a paradise after the claustrophobic darkness. Malachi led them not to the center of the plateau, but to a specific, sheltered area tucked against a south-facing cliff. Here, the rock face curved inward, forming a natural amphitheater that captured and held the sun's warmth. The ground was level and clear of the larger stones that littered the rest of the plateau. And, most remarkably, a small, clear spring seeped from the base of the cliff, creating a narrow channel of water that flowed through the center of this sheltered space before disappearing back into the earth. "We will rest here for the night," Malachi announced, his voice carrying a note of finality and satisfaction. Eli helped him set up the temporary fold. They used loose stones to patch gaps in the natural semicircle formed by the cliff, creating a secure enclosure for the flock. The dogs were positioned at the opening, lying down but alert, their watchful eyes scanning the approaches. The work was familiar, a comforting ritual that grounded Eli after the turmoil of the valley. But then Malachi did something Eli did not expect. From the large leather pouch he carried, his grandfather didn't just take out their own meager provisions of bread, dried fish, and olives. He also pulled out a small sack of salt and a smaller pouch of an expensive, crushed grain mixture, linseed, cumin, and barley, that shepherds used as a special supplement for pregnant ewes and weary lambs. While Eli watched, curious, Malachi went to a flat, table-like rock that stood near the spring. He carefully poured the grain mixture onto the flat surface, creating a small, precious pile. Then he took the block of salt and placed it beside the grain. Finally, from a hidden pocket, he produced a small clay flask of oil. He poured a little of the golden oil over the grain, making it glisten in the sunset light. He then turned to the flock and gave a special, low call. the ewes who were with lamb, and the lambs who had been most frightened and exhausted by the journey, their little sides still heaving, lifted their heads. They timidly approached the flat rock. They began to lick the salt, their bodies craving the minerals lost during the long trek. They nibbled at the rich, oily grain, a strengthening treat they received only on the most difficult journeys. It was a feast prepared specifically for them in the midst of the wilderness. Eli stared, the pieces clicking together in his mind. "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies," he whispered. Malachi saw his understanding and smiled, a network of kind wrinkles spreading from his eyes. "Yes, Eli, the jackal from the valley is our enemy. His memory, his scent, his threat, it is still close. We can almost feel his eyes from the rim of the plateau. But look." He gestured to the ewes and lambs, their heads down, contentedly and safely partaking of the special nourishment their shepherd had laid out for them. "The enemy is present, but he is powerless. He cannot reach them here. He can only watch as the shepherd provides, as he honors and strengthens the ones who walked through the shadow." Eli looked from the contented animals at the table to the dark mouth of the valley behind them, now lying in deep purple shadow. The contrast was breathtaking. The valley had been a place of threat and consumption. This plateau was a place of provision and safety. The enemy had been driven off by the rod, and now the staff of guidance had led them to a place of honor and feasting. "It is not just about food and water, Eli," Malachi continued, sitting down on a rock and breaking their own loaf of bread. "It is about honor. By anointing their heads with oil, we show they are chosen, set apart, cherished. In the presence of all that would seek to diminish them, the shepherd exalts them. He does not just save us from our enemies. He then invites us to dine with him, to be refreshed and honored by his own hand." Eli took the piece of bread his grandfather offered him. He looked at his own cup, filled with water from the spring, and saw it for what it was, an overflowing cup. Section 6. The anointing oil. The last sliver of sun vanished, leaving the world to the deep blues and purples of twilight. A cool, gentle breeze whispered across the high plateau, carrying away the last remnants of the day's heat and the lingering fear from the valley. In their sheltered fold, the flock was settling. The nervous tension was gone, replaced by the soft, rhythmic sounds of cud chewing and the occasional, sleepy bleat of a lamb nuzzling closer to its mother. The feast at the table rock was over. The special grain and salt had been consumed, and the weary animals were now digesting both their food and the profound safety of this place. Malachi reached again for the small clay flask of oil. The sight of it caught the flickering light from the small, carefully built fire he had started at the entrance of their camp. This fire was not for warmth alone, nor just for cooking their fish. It was a beacon, a statement of occupancy and vigilance that pushed back the vast, encircling darkness. "Come, Eli," Malachi said, his voice soft against the crackle of the flames. "The day is done. It is time." Eli moved closer, curiosity piqued. He watched as his grandfather poured a small amount of the thick, golden olive oil into the palm of his hand. It smelled rich and earthy, a scent of crushed fruit and sun-warmed groves. "Turn your back to me," Malachi instructed. Eli did as he was told. He felt his grandfather's strong, calloused hands, now surprisingly gentle, begin to work the oil into the skin of his neck and shoulders. The effect was immediate and deeply soothing. The day's tensions were stored in the cords of his neck. The strain of the night watch, the focused journey, the adrenaline-fueled fear in the valley. Under the slow, firm pressure of Malachi's hands, those knots began to loosen and melt away. The oil was a balm, seeping into his tired muscles, bringing a wave of relaxation that felt almost like a physical weight being lifted. "This is the anointing," Malachi murmured, his hands moving in slow, circular motions. "The flies and gnats are thick in the lowlands, especially at dusk. They buzz and bite, trying to lay their eggs in the sheep's noses and ears, driving them to distraction, even to madness. But the oil soothes the old bites. The scent repels the new pests. It brings relief. It brings peace." Eli closed his eyes, surrendering to the sensation. He understood. The anointing wasn't a ceremonial luxury. It was a practical, necessary act of care. It was the shepherd's response to the persistent, nagging irritations of the journey. The things that weren't as dramatic as a jackal, but that could wear a soul down just as effectively. The worries, the minor aches, the mental fatigue, the buzzing anxieties about the next day, the next valley. The oil was the answer to all of it. A tangible, soothing declaration that the day's troubles were over, and rest was now the priority. "My cup overflows," Eli whispered, the words taking on a new, personal meaning. It wasn't just about water for thirst. It was about an overflowing measure of care, of comfort, of targeted grace for the specific weariness he carried. "Exactly," Malachi said, finishing his work on Eli's shoulders and giving him a gentle pat. "Now for the flock." Eli watched, transfixed, as his grandfather moved among the sleeping sheep. He didn't wake them. He moved slowly, like a shadow in the firelight, his fingers dipped in the oil. He would gently anoint the head of a ewe, tracing the oil around her ears and eyes, places the pests loved to torment. He would touch the nose of a lamb, a drop of oil to protect its most vulnerable part. The sheep, deep in their sleep, would often sigh, a deep, contented exhalation, as if the soothing touch had reached them even in their dreams. This was the final act of the day. The rod had dealt with the predator. The staff had guided them home. The table had provided nourishment and honor. And now, the oil was bringing healing and peace, sealing them against the small, persistent evils of the night. Malachi returned to the fireside, his task complete. His own face, illuminated by the flames, was serene. The day, with all its challenges, was now a closed book. He sat down, and for a long time, neither of them spoke. The only sounds were the fire, the wind, and the deep, peaceful breathing of 100 contented animals. Eli looked up at the sky. Freed from the competition of the sun, the stars had emerged in their full, breathtaking multitude. They were not just points of light, but a dense, swirling river of diamond dust, so vast and deep it felt like a ceiling of wonders. In the presence of such infinity, his own life, his fears, the jackal in the valley, all felt small and held. The same hand that had anointed his head had hung those stars in their places. The thought was not frightening, but immensely comforting. Section 7. The Legacy of the Flock. The dawn that broke over the high plateau was not a timid, violet blush, but a confident, golden proclamation. The sun crested the distant mountains and flooded their sheltered amphitheater with a light that felt like a blessing, warming the cool stone and setting the dew on the grasses ablaze with a million tiny sparks. Eli woke not with a start, but with a slow, gentle return to consciousness. The deep peace of the night had seeped into his bones, and for a long moment, he simply lay there, watching the sunlight chase the remaining shadows from the cliff face. He could hear his grandfather already moving, his movements economical and quiet as he checked the flock. The memory of the previous day, the green pastures, the terrifying valley, the anointed rest, played in Eli's mind not as a frantic sequence of events, but as a smooth, flowing narrative of provision and care. The psalm was no longer just words. It was the story of his life, written in the language of earth, sky, and wool. They broke camp with a quiet efficiency, the sheep eager to be on the move again. The path today was different. It led them away from the wild highlands and began a long, gradual descent towards the cultivated lands, towards home. The terrain softened. The jagged limestone outcrops gave way to rolling hills terraced with olive groves and vineyards. The air began to carry the familiar, comforting sense of wood smoke and baking bread from the villages nestled in the valleys below. As they walked, Malachi began to speak, not in the focused, instructive tones of the previous day, but in a softer, more reflective voice, as if sharing the secrets of his own heart. The flock, Eli, he began, his eyes sweeping over the animals moving placidly before them. It is easy to see them as a single thing, a mass of wool, a source of milk and wool and meat, but that is not what they are to the shepherd. He pointed with his staff to a ewe near the front, a sturdy animal with a distinctive black patch over one eye. See Tova there? She is the daughter of a ewe I called Calanet, who was the most stubborn creature Adonai ever made. She wandered into every thicket, fell into every hole. I spent more time rescuing Calanet than all the other sheep combined. But she always had the softest wool. And Tova here has her mother's wool, but her father's steady sense. She never strays. He then nodded towards a large, proud-looking ram. And that is Lavan. His grandfather was the foundation of our flock, a ram of such strength and character that he saved the entire flock from a landslide one rainy season by refusing to take a collapsing path, bleeding until I paid attention. A piece of him walks with us still, in Lavan's cautious nature. Eli listened, his perception shifting. The flock was no longer an anonymous multitude. It was a living tapestry, woven with the threads of generations. Each animal had a history, a lineage, a story of rescue, of character, of provision that was passed down. They were individuals known by name and by nature. The shepherd knows his flock like this, Malachi said, his voice full of a profound, quiet love. He does not see a faceless crowd. He knows your story, Eli. He knows the stubbornness of your great-grandfather and the faith of your grandmother. He knows the strengths woven into your line and the weaknesses he has carried you through. You are not just one among millions. You are a unique thread in a tapestry he has been weaving since the dawn of time. To dwell in the house of the Lord forever is to understand that you belong to this story. You are part of this legacy. The concept settled over Eli as warming as the morning sun. His life, his struggles, his journey, It wasn't happening in a vacuum. It was connected to all that had come before him and would ripple into all that would follow. The goodness and mercy that had followed him yesterday had also followed his father, and his grandfather, and his ancestors back through the centuries. It was a family lineage more sure than any bloodline. They passed a small, terraced vineyard where workers were already tending the vines. One of them, an old man with a bent back, looked up and waved. "Shalom, Malachi. The flock looks well." "Shalom, Benjamin. They are well indeed. The shepherd provides," Malachi called back. The simple exchange felt significant to Eli. They were returning to the community, to the house of the Lord, in the sense of the shared life of their people. But after his grandfather's words, he understood that the house was so much more. It was this eternal, abiding story of God's faithfulness to his people. A story into which he had been born and in which he had a part to play. As they drew closer to their own village, the sight of the familiar stone houses and the synagogue on the hill filled Eli not just with the comfort of homecoming, but with a new sense of purpose. Section 8. The Shepherd's Voice. The return to the village was a symphony of familiar sounds and smells that wrapped around Eli like a well-worn cloak. The sharp clink of a hammer on metal from the blacksmith's shop, the rhythmic thump-thump of a loom from an open doorway, the rich, yeasty scent of bread baking in communal ovens, and the high, clear laughter of children chasing a dog through the dusty street. After the vast, silent spaces of the wilderness, it was a comforting, human cacophony. Their own sheepfold, built of the same pale limestone as the houses, stood at the edge of the village, its wooden gate worn smooth by generations of passing flocks. As Malachi swung it open, the flock, sensing the familiar confines and the scent of their own resting place, surged forward with a collective, contented bleat. They knew this place. It was their ultimate refuge, their guaranteed shelter. Eli helped his grandfather secure the gate, then began the familiar evening tasks, filling the stone troughs with fresh water from the well, forking sweet-smelling hay from the loft into the feeding racks. The work was grounding, a ritual that marked the end of the journey. But as he worked, his mind kept returning to the high plateau, to the starlit anointing, and to his grandfather's words about the legacy of the flock. A question had been forming in his mind, one that felt more urgent now that they were back in the bustle of community life. He found Malachi sitting on a low bench just outside the fold, sharpening his skinning knife with a smooth, rhythmic scrape of stone on metal. The setting sun cast a long, peaceful shadow behind him. "Saba," Eli began, settling onto the ground nearby. "You said the shepherd knows each of us by our story, by our name. But how do we know his voice? In the village, there are so many voices. The elders debating, the merchants calling out their wares, the children playing. How can we be sure we are listening for the right one?" Malachi did not look up from his task, but a faint smile touched his lips. He finished a long, slow stroke of the sharpening stone and then held the knife up, inspecting its edge in the fading light. "A good question," he rumbled. "The most important question." He set the knife down and turned his honey-colored eyes on Eli. "Tell me, when we were in the valley, and I called out to the flock to keep moving, how did they know it was me?" Eli thought back to the gloom, the fear, the confusion. "They knew your voice," he said simply. "But how?" Malachi pressed. "They did not turn and see my face. The wind was blowing. there were other sounds. How did they know? Because Eli struggled to put it into words. Because they have heard it every day of their lives. At feeding time, at watering time, when you call them into the fold at night. They know the sound of it. They know what it means when you speak softly and what it means when you shout. They know you through your voice. Exactly, Malachi said, his voice rich with satisfaction. They do not learn my voice in a day. It is learned over 10,000 moments. In the calm of the pasture and in the terror of the valley. They learn that my voice means safety. It means provision. It means follow me, for I know the way. They learn to trust the voice because they have learned to trust the heart behind it. He gestured around them at the village settling into evening. The other voices, the merchant, he calls to you because he wants your coin. The elder, he may call to you out of tradition or duty. But the shepherd's voice, it always calls you to green pastures. It always leads you to still waters. It always seeks to restore your soul. Even when it calls you through a dark valley, it is for the purpose of bringing you home. You learn to distinguish it by its character, by its fruit. Eli was silent, absorbing this. It wasn't a matter of hearing a physical sound from the clouds. It was a matter of familiarity, of pattern recognition of the heart. It was about learning the character of God so thoroughly that any guidance that contradicted that character, that led to barrenness, to chaos, to fear, could be recognized as a stranger's voice. The scrolls, Malachi continued, nodding towards the small synagogue on the hill. They are like the daily feeding times. They are where you learn the sound of his voice in the calm. You learn his kindness in the stories of provision, his holiness in the laws, his mercy in the prophets, his faithfulness in the Psalms. You spend time there, not as a duty, but as a lamb listening for its shepherd. Then, when the valley comes and the shadows are deep and other voices whisper lies of fear and despair, you will hear his truth cutting through the noise. You will know it because you have built your life upon it. The last of the sunlight faded and the blue twilight deepened. A lone star appeared, bright and steady, over the synagogue. Section 9, the first solo watch. The moon, a polished silver coin, hung in a sky of deep velvet, casting a soft, monochrome light over the sleeping village. The familiar sounds of the day had all faded away, replaced by the chirping of crickets and the occasional, distant bark of a dog. Inside the house, Eli could hear the deep, regular breathing of his grandfather. The rest of the family had long since gone to their beds, the exhaustion of the journey and the comfort of home pulling them into a deep and dreamless sleep. But Eli was awake. He lay on his thin pallet, his hands behind his head, staring at the patterns of moonlight and shadow on the ceiling. His body was tired, but his mind was a swirling river of thoughts. The images of the past 2 days played over and over behind his eyes. The golden green pasture, the jackal's sharp teeth, the anointing oil, the legacy of the flock. And his grandfather's question echoed in the quiet chambers of his heart. How do we know his voice? A restlessness, a holy discontent, stirred within him. It was one thing to understand the metaphor in the safety of the fold, guided by a shepherd he could see and touch. It was another to own that truth for himself in the solitude of the night. Quietly, so as not to make a sound, he rose from his bed. He pulled on his tunic and cloak, the wool still carrying the faint, outdoor scent of smoke and grass. He picked up his own staff, a smaller version of his grandfather's, and slipped his feet into his sandals. With the silence of a shadow, he crept out of the house and into the cool night air. The village was utterly still. He walked through the empty streets, his footsteps echoing faintly against the stone walls. His destination was not the wilderness, but a place just beyond the last house. A small hill that overlooked the communal sheepfold. From here, he could see the entire flock, a huddled, sleeping mass of white in the moonlight. This was where the night watchman would normally be stationed, but tonight, the watch was light. The fold was secure, the village safe. Eli sat down on a large, flat rock, drawing his cloak tightly around him. He was alone, truly alone. This was his first solo watch. Not a physical one assigned by his grandfather, but a spiritual one he had assigned to himself. He was here to listen. At first, all he heard was the noise of his own mind. The memory of the jackal's snarl, a flicker of anxiety about the coming harvest, a childish worry about a comment a friend had made days ago. These thoughts buzzed around his head like the gnats his grandfather had spoken of, persistent and irritating. He remembered the oil, the soothing, repelling oil. He closed his eyes and took a deep, slow breath, imagining the peace of God, like a golden balm, anointing his restless thoughts. Be still, he whispered to his own soul, echoing his grandfather's command to the trapped ewe. He focused on the flock below. In the moonlight, he couldn't distinguish Tova from Lavin. They were a single, peaceful entity secure within the walls. "The Lord is my shepherd," he whispered into the night. The words were not a recitation now, but a declaration. My shepherd, not just Malachi's, not just David's. He listened again. The crickets continued their chorus. The wind sighed through the olive trees, but something had shifted inside him. The frantic buzzing of his anxieties had quieted. In the space it left, he became aware of a different kind of sound, a soundless sound, a profound, deep silence that was not an absence of noise, but a presence. It was the silence of the stars, the silence of the sleeping flock, the silence of the earth at rest. And in that silence, he heard. It was not a voice with words. It was a knowing, a certainty that settled in his spirit as softly as the moonlight settled on the hills. It was the same feeling he'd had when his grandfather described the right paths. A deep internal resonance, a peace that felt like a confirmation. The thought formed in his mind, clear and calm. You are known. You are not alone. It was so simple, so fundamental, but in that moment, on his solo watch under the vast, starry sky, it was everything. It was the answer to the jackal's fear. It was the substance of the anointing oil. It was the proof of the legacy. The shepherd knew him, knew his restlessness, knew his desire, knew his heart. A wave of gratitude, so strong it brought tears to his eyes, washed over him. He wasn't just learning about the shepherd. He was meeting with the shepherd. Here, in the quiet of the night, the lesson of the day was becoming the intimacy of the dark. He didn't know how long he sat there, wrapped in that silent, knowing presence. The moon traced its slow arc across the sky. Eventually, the restlessness was entirely gone, replaced by a fatigue that was pure and wholesome. He rose from his rock, his body stiff but his spirit lighter than it had ever been. Section 10. The Weather Dew. The morning after his solo watch dawned with a different texture for Eli. The world looked the same sun warming the same limestone houses, the same sounds of the village waking, but he felt different. A new layer of confidence, thin as a lambskin but real, had settled over him. The silent communion of the night had made the truths of the past days irrevocably his own. He joined his grandfather in the fold for the morning feeding. The sheep milled about their legs, their blunt noses nudging for the best positions at the trough. Malachi moved through them with his usual calm authority, but today his eyes held a specific, watchful intensity. They were not just checking the flock's general health. They were searching for something. "Ah," he said softly, his gaze resting on an older ewe standing apart from the others near the water trough. "There she is." Eli looked. It was a ewe he knew well, one the children had named Softha, grandmother, for her great age. Her wool was no longer a pure white, but a dingy, yellowish gray, and it hung more loosely on her frame than on the others. One of her back legs seemed to bother her, and she stood with it slightly lifted, bearing her weight unevenly. While the other sheep jostled and ate with vigor, Softha simply stood, her head lowered, not even attempting to join the fray. "She does not push her way to the trough," Malachi observed. "Her leg pains her. The others, in their health and strength, do not notice. They will eat the choice food and leave her the scraps, if she is brave enough to even approach." Eli watched, and a pang of sympathy shot through him. He saw the truth of it. The flock, in its natural state, was not always kind to its weakest members. The strong thrived, the weak were left behind. It was a harsh, natural law. "But the shepherd notices," Malachi said, his voice firm. He walked to the storage nook and pulled out not the common hay, but a separate sack. From it, he took a special mash of soaked barley and crushed lentils, a highly digestible, nourishing food for old or sick animals. He did not pour it into the communal trough. Instead, he took a small wooden bowl and filled it. Then he did something beautiful. He did not call Softha over. He did not force her to struggle through the press of healthy sheep. He walked to her. He knelt in the straw beside her, his old knees cracking with the effort, and he placed the bowl directly under her nose. "For you, old friend," he murmured. Softha lifted her head slowly. She sniffed the air, caught the rich, warm scent of the mash, and a spark of life returned to her clouded eyes. She began to eat, slowly and gratefully, her quiet chewing the only sound in her little corner of the fold. Malachi stayed there, kneeling beside her, one hand resting gently on her back as she ate. He was creating a sanctuary for her within the fold itself. He was ensuring that her needs were met not as an afterthought, but as a priority. "He tends to his flock like a shepherd," Malachi said softly, looking up at Eli. "He gathers the lambs in his arms and carries them close to his heart. He gently leads those that have young." He paused, letting the words from the prophet Isaiah hang in the air. "But what of those who are old, who are weary, who can no longer keep up? He leads them gently, too. Sometimes he does not lead them on a long journey at all. Sometimes his gentleness is to come to them where they are, to bring the nourishment to them." Eli watched the scene, and it etched itself onto his heart more deeply than any dramatic rescue from a jackal. This was the quiet, uncelebrated heart of the shepherd. It was a care that was not diminished by weakness, but was specifically activated by it. The rod was for the strong enemy. This tender, kneeling provision was for the weak member of the family. He does not break a bruised reed, Malachi continued, his hands still on Softa's back, feeling the slow, steady rhythm of her breathing as she ate. He does not snuff out a smoldering wick. The world may see only a worn-out old ewe, good for little, but the shepherd sees a life of service. He sees the lambs she has borne, the wool she has given. He sees the journeys she has walked, and his honor is to care for her in her declining years, to give her dignity and comfort until her very last breath. Softa finished the mash and licked the bowl clean. She let out a soft, sighing bleat and nudged Malachi's hand with her nose in a gesture of pure thanks. Then, she slowly, carefully, lay down in the straw, her bad legs stretched out, and closed her eyes in contented rest. Malachi rose, brushing the straw from his knees. He looked at Eli, his eyes shining with a profound love. This too is the house of the Lord, Eli. It is a place where the weak are honored, where the weary find rest, where not a single one is forgotten. His goodness and mercy are not just for the strong. Section 11. The Unforgiving Path. The morning sun, now climbing towards its zenith, baked the dusty ground of the village. The peace of tending to Softa still lingered in Eli's heart, a soft, warm ember of understanding. But the life of a shepherd was one of rhythm, and the rhythm now called for movement. The flock could not linger long in the fold. The nearby grazing lands were sparse, picked clean by other herds. They needed to be moved to the north-facing slopes, where the summer sun was less harsh and the grass remained tender for a few weeks more. Malachi surveyed the flock, his eyes calculating. The path to the north slopes is not long, Eli, but it is narrow, he said, a note of caution in his voice. It runs along the Wadi Ketzits. Eli felt a familiar knot tighten in his stomach. The Wadi Ketzits, the cutting gorge. It was a deep, sharp ravine that scarred the landscape between their village and the northern pastures. The path along its rim was notoriously treacherous, a mere lip of rock and hard-packed earth in some places, barely wide enough for a single sheep to pass. A misstep, a moment of panic, could send an animal or a man plummeting onto the jagged rocks below. There was another way, a longer, gentler route that wound through the eastern hills. It would take 2 extra days. But Malachi was looking north, his jaw set. The lambs are growing. They need the good grass now, not in 2 days' time. We will take the Wadi path. There was no arguing. It was the shepherd's judgment, weighing need against risk. This was not the dark, psychological shadow of the previous valley. This was a clear, present, and physical danger. The right path, the necessary path, was not always the safe one. As they led the flock out of the village and towards the head of the gorge, the air changed. The gentle breezes died away, replaced by strange, fitful gusts that swirled up from the depths of the ravine, carrying with them the dry, ancient scent of stone and dust. The sound of the flock, usually a comforting murmur, was swallowed by the vast, empty space before them. The path appeared, and it was even more daunting than Eli remembered. It was a scar of pale rock against the darker cliff face, crumbling at the edges. In some places, recent winter rains had washed away sections, leaving gaps that had to be leapt over, with nothing but a dizzying drop beneath. Malachi took the lead, his step sure. He planted his staff firmly with each step, testing the ground. He did not look down into the abyss. His gaze was fixed on the path ahead, on the next 3 feet of safety. Slowly now, he called back, his voice calm but carrying an edge of iron command. Keep them tight. No stragglers. Eli's heart hammered against his ribs. His mouth was dry. Every instinct screamed at him to retreat, to find the easier way. This was not a predator he could fight with a rod. This was an ever-present, yawning danger that required a different kind of courage, the courage of absolute focus and unwavering trust. He moved to the rear of the flock, his staff held tight. The sheep, sensing the peril, grew silent and tense. They pressed together, a river of white wool flowing nervously along the precipice. Their trust in the shepherd walking ahead was now a matter of life and death. They could not see the whole journey. They could not see the safe pastures on the other side. All they could see was the narrow, frightening path and the figure of Malachi, moving forward with unshakable confidence. Eli watched a ewe hesitate at one of the wider gaps. She balked, bleeding in fear, causing a ripple of panic behind her. Malachi didn't turn around. He simply stopped, his presence a steady anchor. He began to speak, his voice a low, continuous stream of reassurance that cut through the wind. Come now, you can do it. I am here. The way is safe. Follow me. It was the voice, the same voice that called them to food and water, the same voice that had driven off the jackal. Now it was calling them across a chasm. And because they knew the voice, because they had learned its character in 10,000 safer moments, the ewe gathered her courage. With a frantic scramble, she leapt across the gap, landing safely on the other side and hurrying to press against the cliff face. Step by careful step, they inched along the unforgiving path. Eli felt the truth of the psalm in a new, visceral way. He guides me along the right paths for his name's sake. This was a right path. It was the path of provision for the flock, the only way to the timely nourishment they needed. It was not the easy path, not the comfortable path, but it was the right one. And the shepherd's reputation was on the line. Would his guidance prove true? Would his chosen path lead to life or to disaster? The answer came as they rounded a final, sheer outcrop. The path suddenly widened, sloping gently downwards into a wide, beautiful bowl of a valley. The north slopes lush and green. Section 12. The stillness at midday. The frantic energy of the flock, so palpable on the narrow path, dissolved into the vast, sun-drenched peace of the north-facing valley. The grass here was a different kind of green, a cooler, deeper emerald than the high pasture, nurtured by the shade of the surrounding ridges and the moisture that lingered longer in this sheltered bowl. The sheep, their fear forgotten the moment their hooves touched the soft turf, spread out with a collective sigh of relief, their heads dipping down to tear at the thick, juicy blades. The contrast was so absolute it felt like stepping from a raging river onto a still, silent shore. The howling wind of the gorge was gone, replaced by a gentle, sighing breeze that rustled the leaves of a few solitary oak trees dotting the valley floor. The only sounds were the contented munching of the flock and the lazy drone of bumblebees hovering over patches of clover. Malachi led them to the center of the valley, where a small, spring-fed stream meandered, its course so slow it was almost imperceptible. The water was clear as glass, and so still in its wider pools that it perfectly reflected the deep blue of the sky and the fluffy white clouds drifting overhead. These were the quiet waters, not just in sound, but in essence. There was no urgency here, no danger, only a profound and inviting calm. "We will rest here until the heat breaks," Malachi announced, his own shoulders relaxing visibly. He found a spot in the dappled shade of a large oak, its branches spread like a protective canopy. He sat down with his back against the rough bark, letting out a long, slow breath that seemed to carry the last of the tension from the wadi path out of his body. Eli sat beside him, the cool shade a blessing on his skin. He watched the flock. There was no jostling at the stream. The sheep drank their fill in turns, their movements languid and peaceful. Some, their bellies full, were already lying down in the grass, chewing their cud, their eyes half closed in blissful contentment. They were not just eating, they were at rest. They were lying down in green pastures. This, Eli realized, was as much a part of the shepherd's care as the guidance along the dangerous path. The journey was necessary, but so was the rest. The struggle had its purpose, but so did the stillness. The shepherd didn't just lead them to places. He led them in them. He didn't just provide the grass. He compelled them to stop, to lie down, to digest, to be restored. "He makes me lie down," Malachi murmured, as if reading his thoughts. His eyes were closed, his face tilted up to the patches of sky visible through the leaves. It is an act of his will. Left to themselves, sheep will often stand, even in a good pasture. They will fret. They will stay on their feet, watchful, anxious. But the good shepherd knows they need to rest. He creates the conditions of safety, the secure valley, the quiet waters, his own watchful presence, that allow their fears to subside. Then, and only then, can they truly lie down and be restored. Eli understood. His own soul, which had been wound as tight as a bowstring on the cliff edge, was now unwinding in this enforced stillness. The memory of the chasm was still there, but it was losing its power, being overwritten by the present reality of safety and provision. This was the restoration of the soul. It was the quieting of the internal storm after the external one had passed. He leaned back against the tree, using his grandfather's posture. He closed his eyes. He focused on the sounds of peace, the bees, the water, the soft bleats. He let the stillness of the valley seep into him. The shepherd had led them through the danger not to abandon them, but to bring them to this specific, profound rest. The right path had not just been about the destination of grass, but about the journey itself, a journey that made this stillness all the more sweet and necessary. For a long time, they sat in silence. There were no lessons to be taught, no dangers to be faced. There was only the shade, the grass, the water, and the deep, abiding peace of a flock under the care of a good shepherd. And in that midday stillness, Eli felt his own soul being restored, not with dramatic change, but with a gentle sinking in peace, as soft and deep as the grass beneath him. Section 13, The Echo of the Wadi. The stillness of the midday rest was a deep and healing balm. Eli felt it mending the frayed edges of his nerves. the memory of the sheer drop and the crumbling path softening under the gentle, insistent press of peace. He must have dozed, lulled by the full belly warmth and the droning bees, for when he opened his eyes, the shadows from the oak tree had stretched and the light had taken on the richer, golden hue of late afternoon. Malachi was already up, moving slowly among the flock, not with any urgency, but with a quiet assessment. He would pause, place a hand on a ewe's side, check a lamb's eyes, run his fingers through the wool of a ram, feeling for any unseen burrs or ticks. It was the work of a shepherd who knew his flock not as a group, but as a collection of individuals, each with their own needs. Eli rose, stretching the stiffness from his limbs. The profound peace of the rest was still with him, but as he looked towards the far end of the valley, where the path out began its ascent, a faint residual tremor of fear returned. To leave the sanctuary, they would have to pass by the head of the Wadi Ketzitz once more. They wouldn't be traversing its rim again. The path home was different, but they would see it, hear the wind howling up from its depths, be reminded of its peril. He walked over to his grandfather, who was gently examining the foot of the ewe who had balked at the gap. "She is sound," Malachi said, without looking up, a little shaken but sound. The memory of fear is often heavier than the fear itself. Eli nodded, grateful for the insight. "The Wadi," he began, then hesitated. Malachi finished his examination and straightened up, his kind eyes meeting Eli's. "It will still be there," he said simply. "We will see it. You will feel your heart quicken. That is not a failure of faith, Eli. That is the memory your body keeps to protect you. The question is not whether we remember the danger, but what we do with the memory." He turned and started to gently guide the flock into a cohesive group, preparing for the final leg home. "The enemy would use the memory of the Wadi to make you fearful of all paths," he continued, his voice calm as he worked. "He would have you believe that because one way was hard and dangerous, all of the shepherd's ways must be the same. He would use the echo of the fear to drown out the reality of the deliverance." The flock began to move, flowing towards the valley's exit. As they climbed the gentle rise, the mouth of the Wadi Ketzitz came into view, a dark, jagged tear in the earth. Just as Eli predicted, his heart gave a familiar, uncomfortable lurch. The wind from the gorge moaned, a ghost of the terror he had felt. But this time he was ready. He did not fight the memory. He acknowledged it. Yes, that was a place of great danger. But then he deliberately turned his gaze. He looked not at the abyss, but at the flock around him. He saw the ewe who had been frightened, now walking steadily. He saw the lambs, gamboling playfully, untouched by the fear that had gripped their elders. He saw his grandfather walking ahead, his staff a symbol of sure guidance. He focused on the deliverance, not the danger. He recalled the feeling of his feet landing on solid ground after each treacherous gap. He remembered the overwhelming relief of stepping into this very valley. The memory of the Wadi was real, but the memory of the shepherd's faithfulness on the Wadi path was more real. "The Lord is my shepherd," he whispered, not as a plea, but as a declaration of fact against the ghost of fear. "I will fear no evil." He wasn't declaring the absence of evil or the absence of dangerous memories. He was declaring the presence of the shepherd in the midst of them. The rod and the staff, they comforted him. Even the memory of them comforted him now. As they passed the head of the wadi and the path turned, shielding the terrifying view, Eli felt the residual fear loosen its grip and fall away. It had not conquered him. He had carried the peace of the green pasture with him, and that peace had proven stronger than the echo of the chasm. Malachi looked back at him, a quiet approval in his eyes. He didn't need to say anything. The lesson had been learned. The past could shout its warnings, but the shepherd's presence in the present was a louder, more powerful truth. And that truth was leading them home. Section 14. The first stars of home. The path home from the north slopes was a gentle benediction after the trials of the day. It wound through rolling foothills fragrant with wild thyme and rosemary, the earth soft underfoot. The setting sun was at their backs now, casting long, dancing shadows of man and flock before them, as if leading the way. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the distant, comforting scent of wood smoke from the village hearths. The flock moved with a purposeful, weary contentment. The frantic energy of the morning was gone, replaced by the steady, plodding rhythm of creatures returning to a place they knew and loved. There was no need for the rod or the staff now, only the gentle presence of the shepherds guiding them forward. The sheep knew this path. It was the path to the fold, to safety, to rest. It was the path home. Eli walked in a peaceful silence, the events of the day settling within him like layers of sediment. The sharp terror of the wadi was now a memory, its power neutralized by the stillness of the pasture and the triumph of the journey home. He watched the lambs, their little legs tired, staying close to their mothers, their bleats soft and trusting. He saw the old ewes like Safta, moving with a determined, slow grace, their eyes fixed on the familiar landmarks ahead. Malachi walked beside him, his own silence a comfortable one. The work of the day was done. The teaching had been given. Now it was simply time to be shepherds leading their flock home in the gathering twilight. As they crested the final rise, the village came into view below, nestled in the valley like a child sleeping in the crook of a giant's arm. The limestone houses glowed warmly in the last of the sunlight, and pinpricks of orange light, lamps being lit in windows, began to appear against the deep blue of the evening. From this distance, it looked like a scattering of fallen stars. It was the most beautiful sight Eli had ever seen. A deep, resonant sense of belonging washed over him. This was more than just a collection of houses. It was community. It was family. It was the place where the story of the flock was woven into the larger story of their people. It was the house of the Lord in the most tangible sense he could comprehend, a place of worship, of shared life, of abiding. The goodness and mercy, Malachi said softly, his voice barely a whisper in the twilight. He didn't need to finish the sentence. Eli understood. Goodness was the green pasture, the quiet water, the safe passage along the terrifying path. Mercy was the anointing oil, the special mash for Safta, the forgiveness for his own fears. And they weren't just abstract ideas that had followed him. They had accompanied him. They had been his constant, unseen companions through every high and low of the day. He looked up. The first brave stars had appeared in the eastern sky, sharp and clear. They were the same stars that had witnessed his solo watch, the same stars that would shine over the fold tonight. They were a constant in a world of change, a reminder of the shepherd whose care was as vast as the heavens and as intimate as a hand on a weary shoulder. They descended into the village, the sounds of home greeting them. A mother calling a child, the clatter of a pot, the fragment of a song from an open doorway. The sheep, sensing the immediacy of their fold, picked up their pace, their bleats becoming more eager. As they reached the familiar stone enclosure and Malachi swung the gate open, the flock surged inside with a sound that was like a collective, grateful sigh. The journey was over. They were home. Eli helped secure the gate, then stood for a moment, leaning on his staff, looking at the peaceful scene. The sheep were already settling into their familiar spots, the lambs curling up, the ewes lying down. The table had been prepared in the wilderness. They had walked through the valley, and now they were dwelling in the house. He felt his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. "Come, Eli," Malachi said, his voice thick with a tired, deep contentment. "Our dwelling is here too." Eli nodded. He took one last look at the flock, safe and secure, then turned towards the warm, glowing doorway of his own home. Goodness and mercy had followed him all through the long, eventful day, and as he stepped across the threshold, he knew, with a certainty that filled his entire being, that they would be waiting for him when he woke tomorrow. He would dwell in this assurance, in the house of the Lord, forever. Section 15. The Changing Season. The deep, abiding heat of summer began to wane, its fierce grip softening day by day. The sun, which had once climbed to a blazing, merciless zenith, now took a slightly lower path across the sky, casting longer, kinder shadows in the morning and evening. The light itself changed, trading the harsh white glare of high summer for a liquid, golden hue that made the very air seem to glow. In the vineyards on the hillsides, the grapes swelled to a deep, dusty purple, and the fig trees offered up their second, sweetest crop of the year. For Eli, the changing light brought a changing rhythm to his work. The frantic searches for the lushest, greenest pastures were over. Now, the task was one of consolidation and preparation. The flock was at its peak, the lambs nearly full-grown, their fleeces thick and heavy. Their constant grazing over the months had left the closer pastures cropped short and brown. The walks became longer, venturing further into the folded hills to find stands of late-blooming grasses and the last of the season's herbs. It was on one of these longer journeys that Malachi paused on a high ridge, the entire flock spreading out below them as they foraged in a rocky basin. He leaned on his staff, his eyes, sharper than any bird of praise, scanning not just the flock, but the horizon, the sky, the very feel of the wind. "The season is turning," he stated, his voice carrying a note of solemnity. "The north wind will soon bring the rains." Eli followed his gaze. The sky to the north was a clear, pale blue, but there was a certain crystalline sharpness to it, a hint of coolness in the breeze that spoke of a shift. He had lived through 14 autumns, but this was the first he was observing through the eyes of a shepherd. The end of a season was not just a change in the weather. It was a change in the very needs of the flock, a shift in the nature of the shepherd's care. In the summer, the shepherd's care is about leading to abundance, Malachi explained, his hand making a slow arc that encompassed the landscape. The pastures are green, the waters are quiet. It is a time of obvious, overflowing provision. But now, he paused, his expression thoughtful. Now, the provision becomes different. It is about knowing where the last good grasses are hidden. It is about preparing the fold for the winter storms. It is about ensuring the flock is strong and healthy enough to endure the leaner months. His goodness does not change, Eli, but the way he expresses it does. Eli looked at the flock below. He saw them not just as sheep, but as a community facing a transition. The lambs, who had known only the ease of summer, would soon face their first cold rain. The pregnant ewes, their sides just beginning to swell, would need extra care. The provision of the shepherd was about to become less about daily feasting and more about strategic foresight sustenance. It is like the story of our people in the wilderness, Malachi continued. In the first flush of freedom, he led them to Elim, with its 12 springs and 70 palm trees, a place of obvious, glorious abundance. But most of the years were spent gathering the manna, day by day. His provision was just as real, but it required more trust. They had to gather it fresh each morning. They had to believe it would be there again tomorrow. Eli understood. The green pastures were like Elim, a glorious, unforgettable gift. But most of life was lived gathering the daily manna, the hidden grasses, the prepared fold, the strength for the coming cold. The shepherd was just as good, just as present, in the strategic provision of autumn as he was in the overflowing abundance of summer. A cool gust of wind, stronger than the others, swept up the ridge, carrying the dry, sweet scent of harvested grain and the faint, metallic tang of distant rain. It was a warning and a promise all at once. The season was turning, but as Eli looked at his grandfather's calm, prepared face, and then down at the flock, trusting and secure, he felt no anxiety, only a quiet curiosity to see how the shepherd's goodness would manifest in the new season. The journey continued. Section 16, The Gathering Storm. The warning in the north wind was not an empty one. Within days, the clear, golden skies began to fray at the edges. High, wispy clouds, like the breath of giants, feathered the blue expanse, slowly thickening into a milky haze. The air grew heavy and still, the kind of silence that feels like a held breath. The birds, usually so vocal in the olive groves, fell quiet. Even the flock seemed subdued, their grazing less enthusiastic, their movements more deliberate, as if they could feel the pressure building in the atmosphere. Malachi's vigilance intensified. He spent less time sitting and more time walking the perimeter of their grazing areas, his eyes constantly searching the northern horizon. He had Eli help him reinforce the stone walls of the home fold, stuffing gaps with bundled thorn bushes to break the force of the wind. They checked the roof of the small, stone shelter within the fold, ensuring its layers of clay and straw were intact against the coming rains. "A storm is not evil, Eli," Malachi said as they worked, his hands expertly weaving a thorn branch into a gap in the wall. "It is a part of the season. It brings the water that will fill the cisterns and awaken the seeds for the spring. But it can be a fierce part. The goodness of the shepherd is not that he spares us the storm, but that he prepares us for it." Eli felt a low thrum of anticipation, different from the sharp fear of the jackal or the wadi. This was a slower, deeper anxiety about enduring something vast and powerful. He watched his grandfather's preparations, the reinforced walls, the secure shelter, the strategic decision to keep the flock closer to home, and he saw it for what it was, an act of faith. It was the practical outworking of the belief that the shepherd would provide through the storm, not necessarily from it. The first sign came not from the sky, but from the flock. In the middle of the afternoon, as the light turned a strange, sulphurous yellow, the sheep stopped grazing entirely. They raised their heads in unison, their ears twitching, and then, without any signal from the shepherds, they began to move as one body towards the path that led home. It was an ancient instinct, a knowledge written in their blood that told them shelter was needed. "They know," Malachi said, a note of respect in his voice. "The shepherd speaks to them, too, in the language of their own creation. Come, we will follow their leading." They guided the flock, which now required little guidance, back towards the village. The first drops began to fall as they reached the outer fields. They were heavy, fat drops that splattered loudly on the dry, dusty earth, each one leaving a dark, coin-sized stain. Then the wind arrived, not a gentle breeze but a sudden, roaring gust that snatched the breath from Eli's lungs and sent dust and leaves spinning into the air. By the time they had the flock safely inside the reinforced fold, the storm was upon them in earnest. The sky cracked open, and the rain fell not in drops, but in a solid gray curtain, lashing against the stone walls with a sound like 1,000 rushing rivers. The wind howled around the corners of the fold, a wild, lonely sound that spoke of its power. But inside the fold, a miracle was taking place. The reinforced walls held firm. The thorn bushes broke the wind's force. The sheep, instead of panicking, huddled together in the lee of the stone shelter, their bodies generating a surprising warmth. The sound of the rain was immense, but it was the sound of a threat held at bay. Malachi and Eli stood in the doorway of the small shelter, watching the tempest rage just feet away. They were dry. They were safe. The flock was secure. "You see," Malachi said, his voice calm against the roar of the storm, "the valley of the shadow is not always a place of predators. Sometimes it is a season of storms, but the promise is the same. I will fear no evil, not because the storm is not fearsome, but because you are with me. His presence is our ultimate shelter. These walls," he gestured to the stone around them, "are just an extension of that. They are the practical proof of his preparatory care." Eli looked out at the blinding rain, then back at the peaceful, huddled flock. The storm was real. Its power was terrifying, but they were not in its grip. They were in the fold. The shepherd had foreseen the storm and had led them to a place of safety within it. The thunder crashed, shaking the very ground, but Eli felt a profound stillness in his heart. The storm would pass, and the flock, cared for by their shepherd, would endure. Section 17, The Lesson of the Leeward Side. The storm raged through the night, a roaring beast hurling itself against the walls of the fold. Eli slept fitfully in the small shelter, lulled by the rhythmic pounding of the rain, only to be startled awake by a particularly violent gust of wind that shook the very stones. Each time, he would see the dim outline of his grandfather, sitting in the doorway, a silent, wakeful sentinel against the chaos. Malachi did not sleep. His vigil was a living prayer, a physical embodiment of the promise that the shepherd neither slumbers nor sleeps. When the first gray light of dawn seeped into the world, it revealed a landscape transformed. The air was washed clean, carrying the rich, loamy scent of wet earth. Puddles lay like scattered pieces of a broken sky across the compound. The storm had exhausted itself, departing as abruptly as it had arrived, leaving behind a world dripping and refreshed. Malachi rose stiffly, his old bones complaining from the night spent on the hard ground. He moved immediately to the flock, which was already stirring. Eli followed, eager to assess the damage. To his relief, the reinforced walls had held perfectly. Not a single sheep was missing. They were simply damp, bedraggled, and hungry. But as Malachi walked among them, his sharp eyes missed nothing. He paused by a young ram, a sturdy animal usually full of vigor. This morning, however, it stood apart from the others, shivering violently. Its wool was soaked through, and it held one of its front legs slightly off the ground, its head drooping. "This one," Malachi said softly, kneeling beside the animal. He did not find the leeward side. Eli knelt beside him. The leeward side? Malachi gestured to the rest of the flock, huddled together on the eastern side of the shelter, protected from the brunt of the wind and rain. In every storm, there is a place of greater safety. The leeward side, the side sheltered from the wind. The wise sheep press into it. They trust the shepherd's preparation and use it. But some, he said, gently running a hand over the shivering ram's back, through stubbornness or fear, stay on the exposed side. They endure the same storm, but they suffer more for it. He examined the ram's leg. It is not broken, only stiff and cold. He was standing against the wall, taking the full force of the wind. His body wasted its strength fighting the cold, instead of resting in the shelter that was provided. Eli watched as his grandfather began to vigorously rub the ram's sodden fleece with a rough cloth, stimulating circulation and wiping away the excess moisture. He then moved the shivering animal right into the midst of the dry, warm bodies of the other sheep, who made space for him without complaint. The ram, too weary to resist, sank into their collective warmth, its shivering gradually beginning to subside. "The shepherd's protection is perfect," Malachi explained, his hands still working, "but we must avail ourselves of it. He provides the fold, but we must enter it. He provides the leeward side, but we must choose to stand there. His rod and staff comfort us, but we must stay close enough to feel them." It was a new layer of understanding. The shepherd's care was not a passive force that operated regardless of their actions. It was an interactive relationship. Trust was the act of pressing into the leeward side. Obedience was the act of entering the fold. Wisdom was using the protection he had already meticulously prepared. "The storm reveals where we have chosen to stand," Malachi said, standing up and looking at Eli. "Did we stand in the provision or in our own stubbornness? This ram is not being punished. He is simply experiencing the natural consequence of not fully trusting the shelter. The shepherd's mercy is that he brings him back to the warmth now." As the sun broke through the scattering clouds, warming the wet stones, the ram finally stopped shivering. It let out a soft, weary bleat and began to nibble at the hay Malachi offered. The lesson was as clear as the washed morning air. The storms would come. The shepherd's shelter was always provided. and their part was to have the wisdom and the trust to stand on the leeward side. Section 18. The sun on wet wool. The sun, now free from its cage of clouds, climbed steadily, its warmth a gentle, insistent force on the soaked world. Steam began to rise from the stone walls of the fold, creating a faint, shimmering haze. The puddles shrank, their edges retreating back into the thirsty earth. Inside the fold, the flock began to dry, their heavy, wet wool slowly releasing its burden of moisture. Eli worked alongside his grandfather, forking fresh, dry hay from the loft into the feeding racks. The hungry sheep pressed forward, their earlier lethargy replaced by the urgent need to fill their bellies after the long, cold night. The air was filled with the sound of contented munching and the soft, steamy exhalations of 100 damp animals. He watched the young ram they had tended to. It was now eating steadily, its shivering completely gone. Its fleece, once a sodden, dark mass, was now a lighter, fluffier gray, and in the direct sunlight, tiny rainbows glistened in the droplets of water that still clung to the very tips of the wool. It was a small, beautiful sight, a hint of covenant promise painted in light and water on the back of a creature that had been, just hours before, miserable and suffering. Malachi saw the direction of his gaze. "He restores my soul," the old man said, not as a quotation from a scroll, but as a commentary on the scene before them. The storm is past, the cold is forgotten, the belly is full, the sun is warm. This is restoration. It is the shepherd's gentle leading after the trial. Eli understood. The restoration wasn't a single, dramatic moment. It was this slow, gentle process of warming and drying and feeding. It was the sun patiently doing its work on wet wool. It was the return of color to the world, the return of warmth to the bones, the return of peace to the spirit. The valley had been walked, the storm had been endured, and now the soul was being restored beside the quiet waters of a new day's peace. He walked over to the water troughs, which had been refilled by the rain, and dipped his hands in. The water was cool and clean. He cupped some in his palms and drank. It tasted of the sky and the clean stone. His cup was not just full. It was overflowing with the simple, profound gifts of a morning after a storm. Safety, provision, and the steady, patient work of restoration. The flock, their hunger sated, began to settle. Some lay down in the patches of sunlight that now striped the fold, closing their eyes and soaking in the warmth. The lambs, their energy returning fastest, began to play, leaping over the backs of their dozing mothers in a display of pure, unburdened joy. The anxiety of the storm was not just gone. It was being replaced by its opposite, a deep, embodied contentment. Malachi came to stand beside Eli, leaning on his staff. "The storm tests the walls we have built," he said. "It shows us the cracks in our own understanding, but it also makes the sunshine feel sweeter. It makes the quiet after the wind a sacred silence. The shepherd does not waste the storms, Eli. He uses them to teach us where our shelter truly lies, and he uses the calm that follows to restore what was frayed and frightened." Eli looked around the fold. It was the same place it had been yesterday, but it felt different, felt more like home, felt more sacred. The stones felt more solid because they had withstood the lashing rain. The shelter felt more secure because it had proven its strength. His own faith felt more real because it had been tested and had found the leeward side. The sun continued its work, drying the last of the moisture from the wool, warming the stones, and restoring the world to color and life. And Eli felt it working on his own soul, too, warming the cold places the fear had left behind, drying the dampness of anxiety, restoring him to a state of quiet trust. The storm was over. The restoration was underway. Section 19. The scent of rain on dry earth. In the days that followed the storm, a new rhythm established itself, one dictated by the aftermath. The world, having drunk deeply, now seemed to exhale a profound, fertile freshness. The scent that rose from the earth was one Eli had always loved but now understood more deeply. The scent of rain on dry ground, a dusty, sweet, and deeply ancient perfume that spoke of life being renewed. It was the smell of promise kept, of thirst quenched. The flock, fully restored, was restless within the confines of the fold. Their world had been the open hills, and the memory of the storm was already fading, replaced by a primal urge to move, to graze, to feel the sun on their backs without the barrier of stone walls. Their bleats took on a plaintive, questioning tone each morning. Malachi, too, was eager to return them to the hills, but his eagerness was tempered with a new caution. The ground will be soft, he told Eli as they prepared to open the gate on the third morning after the rain. The paths may have washed out in places. What was safe before may be treacherous now. We must walk with new eyes. This, Eli realized, was another lesson. The shepherd's guidance was not a one-time map given at the start of the journey. It was a moment-by-moment leading that accounted for changed conditions. The right path yesterday might be a washed-out gully today. The quiet stream might be a raging torrent. The shepherd had to be present, observant, and adaptable, and the flock had to trust that his leading was based on the current reality, not the memory of past journeys. They led the flock out, and the change in the landscape was immediately apparent. The colors were more vibrant, the greens of the hardy shrubs almost impossibly emerald against the dark, wet soil. But the paths were indeed different. In places, small rivulets had carved new channels across their familiar routes, and the earth was soft and yielding underfoot, holding the imprint of every hoof and sandal. Malachi walked even more slowly than usual, his staff constantly probing the ground ahead, testing for stability. He avoided low-lying areas that were now bogs of mud, and he gave a wide berth to the stream, which, while not raging, was still swollen and murky, its banks undercut and unstable. He leads me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake, Malachi murmured, more to himself than to Eli, as he carefully guided the flock around a newly exposed patch of slick, clay-like earth. Right paths, true paths, paths that will not give way beneath us. Eli saw the profound truth in this. The righteousness of the path wasn't just about moral rightness. It was about structural integrity. It was about a way of living, a way of walking, that could bear the weight of life without collapsing. The storm had revealed which paths were built on solid ground and which were only superficially stable. The shepherd's leading was always towards what was true, what was solid, what would hold. They found a new pasture, one they had not visited in weeks, on a south-facing slope that had dried quickly in the sun. The grass here was shorter but incredibly sweet, enriched by the rain. The flock fell upon it with grateful enthusiasm. As Eli watched them graze, he breathed in the scent of the rain-drenched earth and felt the firmness of the high ground beneath his feet. The storm had been fearsome, but it had also revealed. It had revealed the strength of their shelter, the importance of the leeward side, and now the nature of the true path. The shepherd's goodness wasn't just in the calm, but in the wisdom he imparted through the storm. He led them on paths that would hold, even when the world around them had turned soft and uncertain. Section 20. The Fading Light. The autumn sun, once a bold sovereign ruling the long days, now seemed a weary monarch, its reign shortening with each passing sunset. The golden afternoons bled away more quickly, the shadows stretching out their blue-gray fingers with a quiet insistence. A distinct chill entered the air the moment the sun dipped below the rim of the western hills, a cold that promised the coming winter and lingered later into each new morning. For the flock, this change in light brought a subtle shift in their behavior. Their grazing became more urgent, as if they understood on an instinctual level that the days of easy abundance were numbered. They moved with a focused intensity, their heads down, cropping the grass with a new determination. The playful leaping of the lambs grew less frequent, replaced by a seriousness as they, too, built up the reserves they would need for the colder months. Eli felt the change in his own bones. The evening walks back to the fold were now often undertaken in the deep, violet twilight, the path ahead growing indistinct, requiring more trust in his grandfather's lead. The world was preparing for its rest, and a gentle, melancholic beauty settled over the hills, the beauty of a chapter closing. One such evening, as they guided the flock home in the fading light, Malachi paused at a place where the path offered a last, sweeping view of the valley before it descended into the village. The sky was a cascade of color, streaks of orange, rose, and deep magenta bleeding into the encroaching navy blue. The first, brightest stars were already visible overhead. "The light is fading," Malachi said, his voice soft and reflective. "It is the way of the world. Seasons turn. The vigor of youth gives way to the wisdom of age. The long, bright days of summer yield to the short, cold days of winter." Eli stood beside him, watching the last sliver of sun disappear. A faint sadness touched his heart. He would miss the long, warm days, the certainty of the sun on his back. "But see," Malachi continued, pointing not to the darkening west, but to the east, where a nearly full moon was rising huge and pale gold above the hills. "As one light fades, another rises. The shepherd does not leave us in darkness. He gives us the moon to guide our steps in the night. He gives us the stars as promises of his constancy." He turned to Eli, his face serene in the mingled light of the rising moon and the dying day. "The promise is not that the light will never fade, Eli. The promise is that we need not walk in darkness. His goodness and mercy are not dependent on the season. They are like the stars, sometimes hidden by the brilliant sun of easy times, but always there, revealed and beautiful when the darker times come." Eli looked from the brilliant moon to the steady, emerging stars, and then down at the flock, their white wool glowing faintly in the twilight as they moved trustingly towards the fold. They were not afraid of the coming night. They knew the fold awaited them. They knew their shepherd was with them. The fading light was not a cause for fear, but a call to a different kind of trust. a trust in the unseen guides of moon and star, a trust in the shepherd's memory of the path when his own eyes could not see it, a trust in the promise of a shelter at the end of the journey. "The Lord is my shepherd," Eli whispered into the cool, evening air. The words were an anchor in the changing season. The shepherd did not change with the light. His care was not a thing of summer alone. It was as constant as the stars now shining overhead, a light in the darkness that the coming winter could not overcome. They turned and continued down the path, the moon lighting their way, the flock a river of ghostly white flowing faithfully towards home. The light was fading, but they were not afraid. Section 21, The Promise of the Fold. The village, as they descended into it, was a constellation of earthly stars. The lamps in the windows shone with a warm, orange glow, each one a tiny beacon of hearth and home against the deep blue of the night. The air, now crisp and cold, carried the comforting, savory scent of evening meals. Onion, garlic, and lentil stew. An aroma that spoke of community, of shared labor, of day's end. The flock, sensing the nearness of their own refuge, their bleats now soft and expectant, quickened their pace. They knew this final stretch of the path as well as they knew the rhythm of their own breathing. The gate of the fold was not just an entrance. It was a culmination. It was the promise kept at the end of every journey, no matter how long or how difficult. As Malachi swung the heavy wooden gate open, the sheep flowed inside in a wave of relieved, woolly bodies. The sound that rose from them was not the frantic noise of fear or the eager clamor for food, but a deep, collective settling. 100 individual sighs merging into one sound of pure, unadulterated homecoming. They dispersed to their familiar spots, some heading directly for the hay, others finding their preferred corner to lie down, the lambs curling immediately into balls of sleep against their mother's warm sides. Eli secured the gate, the solid thunk of the wooden bar falling into place a final, satisfying punctuation to the day. He leaned against it for a moment, watching the scene within. The moon, now high and bright, silvered the backs of the sheep and cast long, dramatic shadows from the stone walls. The fold was more than a pen. It was a sanctuary. It was a world within a world, a place where the threats of the dark, the cold, the predators, the unknown, were held at bay by the strength of its walls and the promise of the shepherd's presence. Malachi came to stand beside him, his profile etched in moonlight. "To dwell in the house of the Lord forever," he said, his voice a low rumble that seemed part of the night itself. "This is a picture of it, Eli. It is not just a place we go when our lives are over. It is this safety, this belonging, this perfect rest after the long journey. It is the knowledge that the gate is shut, the enemy is outside, and we are within in the presence of the shepherd." Eli looked around the fold, and he saw it not with the practical eyes of a herdsman, but with the heart of a child of the shepherd. The stone walls were like the everlasting arms of God. The moonlit silence within was the peace that surpasses understanding. The sleeping flock was a community of the redeemed, each known, each safe, each home. "The journey is important," Malachi continued. "The pastures, the valleys, the storms, they shape us. They teach us to trust his voice, to follow his staff, to appreciate his rod. But the journey is not the end. The end is the fold. The end is coming home. And his promise is that goodness and mercy are not just our companions on the road. They are the very gatekeepers who usher us into this everlasting dwelling. A profound sense of peace, deeper than any he had felt even in the green pastures, settled over Eli. It was a peace that acknowledged the reality of the jackals and the storms and the fading light, but that rested in the greater reality of the fold. The journey of life, with all its beauty and terror, had a destination. And that destination was not a fearful unknown, but a place more familiar and more safe than anywhere he had ever been. A home prepared by the shepherd himself. He looked up at the vast, star-strewn sky, then back at the secure, moonlit fold. The universe was immense, but in this small, walled enclosure, he felt the center of it all. He would dwell in the house of the Lord, not someday, now and forever. Section 22. The quiet of the winter fold. The true winter arrived not with a storm, but with a silent, deepening cold that settled into the stones of the fold and hushed the world. The long journeys to distant pastures were over. Now the flock's world shrank to the confines of the stone walls, the shelter, and the daily routine of feeding and watering. The vibrant greens of the hills faded to muted browns and grays, and a hard, white frost coated the ground each morning, crunching underfoot. The sheep's lives became simple, interior, and quiet. Their energy was conserved, their movements slow and deliberate. They spent most of their days huddled together for warmth, their thick winter fleeces making them look like rounded, breathing boulders. The frantic bleating of the spring and the contented munching of the summer were replaced by a near silence, broken only by the soft sound of cud chewing and the occasional deep sigh. For Eli, this season was a new kind of teaching. The dramatic lessons of the path were replaced by the patient lessons of presence. There were no jackals to fight, no treacherous paths to navigate. The shepherd's work became one of steadfast maintenance, ensuring the hay lasted, breaking the ice on the water troughs each morning, watching for any sign of sickness in the close quarters. One afternoon, a thick, soft snow began to fall. Large, lazy flakes drifted down from a sky the color of wool, silently blanketing the world in a profound stillness. Eli stood with Malachi under the lee of the shelter, watching it fall. The familiar landscape of the village and the surrounding hills was being erased, transformed into something new and strangely beautiful. The shepherd leads us beside quiet waters, Malachi said, his breath misting in the cold air. But sometimes he also leads us into quiet seasons. Seasons where the external journey stops and the internal one deepens. Eli watched the snow accumulate on the backs of the sleeping sheep. They did not stir. They were safe, warm, and provided for. There was nothing for them to do but rest and receive the care of the shepherd. In the busy seasons, Malachi continued, his voice low so as not to break the holy silence, we learn of his guidance. In the fearful seasons, we learn of his protection. But in the quiet seasons, we learn of his sufficiency. We learn that he is enough, even when the world is stripped down to its barest elements. Even when there is no green grass, no new adventure, only the daily bread and the enduring walls. Eli understood. The winter fold was a picture of God's sustaining grace. It was not flashy. It was not dramatic. It was the simple, unwavering provision that held life together when the world outside was cold and barren. It was the promise that the shepherd's care was not dependent on external circumstances. His goodness was in the hay in the rack. His mercy was in the solidity of the walls that kept out the biting wind. As the snow continued to fall, muffling all sound, Eli felt a deep contentment settle over him. The pressure to do something, to go somewhere, melted away. His only task was to be present, to watch, to care, to trust that the stored provisions would last and the shelter would hold. It was a lesson in abiding, a lesson in dwelling. He looked at his grandfather, whose calm presence was as much a part of the fold as the stones themselves. Malachi was not anxious about the snow or the cold. He had prepared. He had stored the hay. He had reinforced the walls. He was simply present with his flock, sharing the quiet season with them. The flock, the shepherds, the falling snow. It was all a single, peaceful entity. The journey had ceased, but the relationship had not. They were dwelling in the house of the Lord, and in the deep quiet of the winter fold, that dwelling felt more real and more permanent than ever before. Section 23. The hidden work of roots. The snow lay upon the land for 3 days, a thick, unbroken blanket of white that silenced the world and reflected the pale winter sun with a blinding purity. The flock remained in a state of near hibernation within the fold, their world defined by the comforting rhythms of feeding and rest. On the 4th day, a warmer wind blew in from the south, and the great thaw began. The snow retreated, revealing the earth beneath. Not barren, but dark, rich, and saturated with life-giving water. With the paths clear, Malachi decided it was time for a short walk, just to stretch their own legs and the legs of the flock. They did not go far, only to a nearby hillside that offered a view of the sleeping vineyards and the dormant fig trees. The ground was soft and wet, the air carrying a raw, fertile chill. Malachi stopped by a gnarled, ancient olive tree, its leaves a dull silver green, its branches looking brittle and lifeless in the winter light. He placed a hand on its rough, twisted trunk. "Look at this tree, Eli," he said. "What do you see?" Eli looked. "It looks asleep or dead." "Ah," Malachi said, a knowing smile touching his lips. "That is what it wants you to think. But beneath this wet ground, where our eyes cannot see, its roots are at work. They are drinking deeply of the meltwater from the snow. They are gathering strength, pushing deeper into the soil, preparing. When the sun grows strong again, this tree will not just sprout leaves. It will burst forth with a vigor that can only come from the hidden work of the winter." He turned from the tree and swept his hand over the seemingly barren hillside. The grass is gone, the flowers are a memory, but the roots are still here, alive and waiting. The storm and the snow were not an end. They were a drink for the roots. They were part of the preparation for the spring. Eli looked at the dormant landscape with new eyes. He had seen the winter as a time of cessation, of waiting, but his grandfather was revealing it as a time of vital, unseen preparation. The quiet wasn't empty. It was full of potential. The cold wasn't sterile. It was a necessary dormancy that conserved energy for the explosion of life to come. "This is also the way of the shepherd with our souls," Malachi said, his voice soft against the vast, quiet hillside. "There are winter seasons, times when the visible signs of life and growth seem to vanish. when our prayers feel like they fall on frozen ground, and our joy seems to have gone dormant. But beneath the surface, He is at work. His Spirit is watering the roots of our faith, driving them deeper into the soil of His love, preparing us for a fruitfulness we cannot yet imagine. The flock, smelling the wet earth and the hidden grasses, nibbled at the bases of the dormant plants, trusting that there was life there, even if they could not see it. "We walk by faith, not by sight," Malachi murmured. "In the winter, we learn what that truly means. We trust the hidden work of the roots. We trust that the shepherd who provided the abundant summer pasture is also the one who oversees the necessary winter rest. The green pastures are coming, Eli, but for now we thank Him for the water He gives to the roots." A sense of profound hope, solid and earthy, took root in Eli's own heart. The winter was not a punishment or a failure. It was a season in the shepherd's wise and loving cycle of care. The hidden work was as important as the visible harvest. And as they turned to lead the flock back to the fold, Eli knew he would never look at a dormant field or a quiet heart the same way again. Something was always growing in the dark. Section 24. The Weight of the Fleece. As the short, cold days of winter wore on, the flock's thick wool coats became increasingly heavy. What had been a protection against the biting wind now seemed almost a burden in the close confines of the fold. The fleeces were matted with straw and dust, having absorbed the smells of the long season indoors, the scent of hay, of damp stone, of the flock's own close-packed life. The sheep grew restless, their movements sometimes clumsy under the weight of their own insulation. Eli noticed it most in the older rams, who would shake their great, woolly heads with a grunt of irritation, or rub their sides against the rough stone walls of the fold, seeking relief from the itch and the weight they could not shed themselves. "They feel the burden of the season," Malachi observed one morning as they broke the thin layer of ice on the water troughs. "The very thing that kept them alive through the cold now feels like a prison. It is time to think of the shearing." The word sent a thrill of anticipation through Eli. Shearing Day was one of the great turning points of the year, a festival in its own right. It marked the end of confinement and the imminent return to the open hills. It was a day of hard, communal labor, but also of celebration and renewal. "But the cold is not yet gone," Eli said, gesturing to the frost still glittering in the shadows. "If we shear them now, will they not freeze?" Malachi nodded, his expression thoughtful. "A valid fear. The timing is everything. We must wait for the consistent warmth, for the sure knowledge that the winter's grip is truly broken. To shear too early is to expose them to harm. To wait too long is to let them suffer under a burden they were never meant to carry forever. The shepherd knows the perfect time for our release." He walked over to a ewe who was particularly heavily fleeced and laid a gentle hand on her back. "This wool is valuable. It will be woven into cloth that will warm others. But to her, it is just a weight. The shearing is not a punishment. It is the liberation. It is the shepherd removing a burden she cannot remove herself, and in doing so, gathering a resource for the good of the whole community." Eli looked at the thick, dirty fleeces and imagined the sheep after the shearing. Clean, streamlined, light on their feet, their skin able to feel the sun and the breeze again. The act was one of both mercy and purpose. "It is like confession," Malachi said, his voice dropping into a more intimate tone. like taking a burden to the Lord. We carry the weight of our mistakes, our worries, the grime of the long season in our souls. It becomes a part of us, a heavy coat we cannot take off by ourselves. But the Good Shepherd, in his perfect time, offers to shear it away, to lift the weight. It is not without a moment of vulnerability, a feeling of exposure, but it is necessary for our freedom, and he does not waste what he removes. He uses even our failings, our struggles, for a purpose we may not see. The thought was a comfort. The restlessness Eli sometimes felt in his own spirit, the weight of a harsh word spoken or a duty neglected, was not a permanent state. There was a process for its removal. There was a shepherd who knew the right time to set him free from its burden. He looked at the flock with new compassion, seeing not just animals, but souls yearning for a lightness they could not achieve on their own. The shearing was coming. The winter was ending, and with it, a great weight was about to be lifted. Section 25, the first hint of green. The consistent warmth Malachi spoke of arrived not as a single day, but as a gradual turning of the tide. The morning frosts became lighter, then vanished altogether. The days grew noticeably longer, the sun holding its strength well into the afternoon. The raw chill left the air, replaced by a soft, mild breeze that carried a new, elusive scent, the scent of wet earth waking up. It was on one of these new, softer afternoons that Eli saw it. He was leading the flock on one of their now daily short walks to a south-facing slope near the village. The ground was still mostly brown, littered with the dead leaves and broken stems of the previous year. But there, nestled at the base of a rock, protected from the worst of the wind, was a small, brave cluster of blades. They were a vibrant, almost shocking green, a color so fresh and new it seemed to pulse with life against the muted background of the dormant earth. "Look, Saba," Eli called out, his voice full of the excitement of discovery. Malachi came to his side and looked down, a slow, deep smile spreading across his weathered face. He did not seem surprised, but rather deeply satisfied, as if greeting an old and faithful friend. "The first hint," he said, his voice a reverent whisper. "The promise is being kept." He knelt down, his old knees cracking, and gently touched one of the green blades with a calloused finger. It begins small, always. It does not shout. It does not cover the hillside in a day. It whispers, a hint here, promise there, but it is enough. It is the seal on the covenant that winter will not last forever. The flock, sensing the shift more than understanding it, grew curious. A few of the ewes ambled over and began to nibble at the tiny patch of green, their lips carefully plucking the tender new growth. It was not a meal, but a taste, a foretaste of the feasts to come. "This is how the shepherd restores the soul," Malachi said, rising to his feet. "Not always with a sudden, dramatic change, but with a quiet, persistent hope, a whispered promise in the silence, a single green blade of grass when all seems dead. He knows we need these small assurances, a verse that speaks to our heart, kindness from a friend, a moment of peace in a troubled day. These are the first hints of green. They are the proof that he is at work, that the roots have been drinking, that the spring is coming." Eli looked from the small green patch to the vast, still dormant hills around them. The work of spring would be slow, There would still be cold days. The shearing was yet to come, but the direction was now undeniable. The death of winter was being invaded by the life of spring. The sight of that humble cluster of grass filled him with a hope that was both gentle and unshakable. The shepherd was not just the God of the abundant pasture. He was also the God of the first fragile green blade, the one who faithfully kept his promises in the smallest of details. The long quiet was ending. A new song was beginning, and this was its first whispered note. Section 26. The Song of the Stream. The snowmelt from the higher hills, which had first seeped silently into the earth, now began to reveal itself in a more vocal way. The stream that meandered near the village, which had been a subdued, gurgling trickle through the winter, found its voice again. Fed by 1,000 hidden rivulets, it swelled, its current growing stronger, its song becoming a cheerful, persistent melody that filled the valley. Eli heard it one morning as he stepped out of the house, a sound he hadn't realized was so deeply missed. It was no longer the silent, frozen presence of the deep winter, nor the swollen, muddy torrent after the storm. This was the sound of life returning, of water flowing with purpose and joy. He walked to its bank. The water was clear and cold, tumbling over the smooth, round stones with a sound like chiming glass. It sparkled in the strengthening sun, cutting a bright, silver line through the landscape. This was the quiet water of the psalm, but its quietness was not one of silence. It was the quietness of perfect, harmonious function. It was doing exactly what it was created to do, and its doing was a song. Malachi came to stand beside him, listening. "The soul restored," he said, after a long moment of simply absorbing the sound. "It is like this. The frozen season thaws. The locked up things are set free. The life that was hidden begins to flow again, and with it comes its own unique music." Eli watched the water. He remembered the stagnant feeling of the deep winter, the sense of waiting, of life being on hold. This flowing stream was the opposite of that. It was movement. It was progress. It was cleansing. It was the restoration his grandfather spoke of. Not a single event, but an ongoing process of being led by the still or the quietly flowing waters. "The shepherd leads us here," Malachi continued, "to remember what it sounds like to be alive in him, the worries that froze our hearts, the fears that blocked the flow of joy. He leads us to the waters that can thaw them and make them sing again. He does not just give us a drink. He restores our capacity to be a stream, to have a song." Later that day, when they brought the flock to drink, Eli watched them with new appreciation. The sheep did not just slake their thirst. They seemed refreshed by the very sound and sight of the moving water. They drank their fill, their bodies reflecting the vitality of the stream. The quiet waters were restoring their souls, too. As evening fell, the song of the stream seemed to grow clearer in the cool, still air. It was a constant, reassuring background to the settling of the flock and the lighting of the village lamps. For Eli, it was more than just a sound. It was a testimony. It was proof that the shepherd was faithfully turning the seasons. The frozen time was over. The time of flowing had come, and his own soul, listening to the water's song, felt its own inner ice begin to crack and flow, joining the melody of restoration. Section 27. The Shearing Day. The day of the shearing dawned clear and warm, with a sun that held the genuine promise of sustained heat. The air itself seemed to vibrate with a festive energy. The entire village was involved. The men built a temporary pen in the central courtyard with hurdles and planks. The women prepared a great communal meal, and the children, released from winter's confines, ran laughing between the houses, their excitement contagious. The flock, sensing the change in routine, was restless and noisy as Eli and Malachi drove them from the fold into the temporary enclosure. There was a palpable tension in their bleats, a nervousness about the unknown event. The lead shearer, a brawny man named Jared with forearms like knotted rope, stepped into the pen. He caught the first sheep, a large, stubborn ram with practiced ease, flipping it onto its back and holding it securely between his knees. The ram kicked and struggled for a moment, a wild panic in its eyes. It was a vulnerable, undignified position, stripped of all its natural defenses. Eli watched, a knot of sympathy in his own stomach. The electric shears, a modern tool that had replaced the ancient blades, hummed to life with a sharp, buzzing whir. Jared set to work, and the thick, matted fleece peeled away from the sheep's body in one continuous, creamy blanket. The ram's struggles ceased almost immediately. Its panic seemed to evaporate, replaced by what looked like stunned relief. As the heavy wool fell away, the animal beneath was revealed, startlingly pale, slender, and new. Freed from its winter prison, it scrambled to its feet when released, shaking itself as if waking from a long dream. It took a few wobbly steps, then bounded away to a corner of the pen, its movements suddenly light and agile. It looked free. Malachi, working beside Eli to gather the fleeces and roll them for storage, nodded toward the newly shorn ram. See, the moment of struggle is brief. The vulnerability is real, but it is temporary. The reward is a freedom it could not have imagined while carrying that weight. One by one, the sheep went through the process. The initial resistance, the hum of the shears, the sudden release, and the joyful, almost disbelieving leap into newfound lightness. The courtyard floor became covered in a deep, soft carpet of wool, the accumulated burden of an entire flock, now shed and ready to be transformed. "This is his mercy, Eli," Malachi said, his voice low amidst the din of bleating and buzzing and cheerful shouts. "He sees the weight we carry, the weight of sin, of worry, of past seasons. He knows it clings to us, itches us, and slows us down. And in his perfect time, he invites us to the shearing. He holds us securely through the brief struggle and the feeling of exposure, and he removes what we cannot remove ourselves. He does not do it to shame us, but to liberate us." By the end of the day, the entire flock was transformed. They were no longer shaggy, earthbound creatures, but sleek and nimble, their white skins glowing in the sun. They looked like a different flock altogether. The air, which had been heavy with the smell of lanolin and dust, was now clean. The burdens of the long winter were literally piled high in the courtyard, and the sheep, light and free, were ready for the green pastures that awaited. Eli looked at them, then at the massive, soft bundles of wool, and he understood. The shepherd's care was a cycle of bearing burdens and setting free. The shearing was an act of grace, and the feeling he had now, watching the flock leap with joy, was a small taste of the heart of God, a God who delights in the liberation of his own. Section 28. the lightness of being. The transformation of the flock in the wake of the shearing was nothing short of miraculous. For Eli, who had spent the entire winter and early spring observing these same creatures moving with the heavy, deliberate gait imposed upon them by their own thick, matted fleeces, the change was both visually and emotionally stunning. It was as if 100 different prisoners had been simultaneously released from a uniform of grimy, weighted wool, and in their place stood beings of ethereal lightness and grace. The sheep themselves seemed almost disoriented by their new state of being, as if they had forgotten what it felt like to inhabit bodies so unencumbered, so free from the constant, itchy, smothering burden they had borne for so many months. At first, they stood in the temporary pen, shivering slightly in the mild air, their skin looking startlingly pink and vulnerable under the direct kiss of the sunlight, their bodies appearing strangely slender and reduced without the bulky insulation they had known since the last shearing. This initial vulnerability, however, was incredibly fleeting, a mere transient moment of shock before the true reality of their liberation dawned upon them. Then the joy began to manifest. It started with a single lamb, one of the last to be born in the previous season, who had never known a world without a heavy coat. It took a few tentative steps, its hooves clicking on the stone of the courtyard, and then it began to run. It wasn't the clumsy, rolling gallop of a woolly lamb, but a swift, sure-footed sprint. It kicked its hind legs into the air in a gesture of pure, unadulterated exuberance, twisting its body in midair before landing and charging off in another direction. This single act was like a spark landing on dry tinder. Within moments, the entire flock was infected with this newfound energy. The rams, usually so dignified and ponderous, began to butt heads in play, the impact now a sharp, clean thwack instead of a muffled thud. The ewes, freed from the drag of their fleeces, broke into runs across the pen, their movements fluid and energetic. The air, which had been filled with the anxious bleats of anticipation and the mechanical buzz of the shears, was now filled with a completely new symphony of sound. The quick, light patter of 100 hooves on hard-packed earth, the playful, high-pitched bleats of the lambs, and the deeper, more contented calls of the adults, all mingling into a chorus of sheer, liberated delight. Eli stood at the edge of the pen, leaning on his staff, a wide, unconscious smile spreading across his face. He was not just a spectator to this joy. He felt it reverberate within his own soul. He had helped with the hard work of the shearing, had felt the resistance of the animals, had seen the momentary fear in their eyes. But to witness this outcome, this explosive celebration of freedom, made every bit of the struggle worthwhile. It was a picture of redemption so vivid and tangible it almost brought tears to his eyes. Malachi came to stand beside him, his own face a landscape of deep satisfaction and quiet wonder. He did not speak for a long time, simply allowing the scene of jubilant life to be its own most powerful sermon. The flock was not just clean, they were renewed. They were not just fed, they were freed. Their very nature, which had been suppressed and weighed down, was now expressing itself fully, without hindrance. This, Malachi finally said, his voice thick with an emotion that was both joy and reverence. This is the lightness of being that comes from the shepherd's hand. This is what David meant when he sang, "You turned my wailing into dancing. You removed my sackcloth and clothed me with joy." He gestured with a sweep of his hand at the leaping, running, playing animals before them. We think of his blessings as things he gives us, a new possession, a change in circumstance, and sometimes they are. But his greatest works are often the burdens he takes away, the weight of guilt he shears from a repentant heart, the heavy cloak of worry he lifts from an anxious mind, the accumulated grime of a long season of failure or drought that he washes clean. The struggle in his hands is brief. The feeling of exposure is real, but it is a holy vulnerability, for it is the necessary prelude to this glorious, unburdened dance. Eli watched as one of the older ewes, who had spent most of the winter lying quietly in the fold, now trotted briskly around the perimeter of the pen, her head held high, her step as sprightly as a lamb's. The transformation was not just physical, it was a renewal of spirit. The heaviness of the season had been lifted, and with it, a weariness of the soul had also vanished. This, he realized, was the ultimate restoration. It was not merely a return to a previous state, but an upgrade into a new realm of freedom and joy. The shepherd had not just led them through the winter. Section 29, the return to the high pastures. The morning after the shearing held a new and profound significance, a feeling of a true and definitive new beginning. The flock, still buzzing with the novel sensation of lightness, was eager and restless within the fold. Their bleats were not the plaintive calls for food, but the sharp, demanding calls for movement, for space, for the wide open hills they could now traverse unencumbered. The sun rose in a clear sky, its warmth already promising a day that held no threat of cold. A day perfectly suited for creatures with nothing but their own skin between them and the world. Malachi opened the gate, and the flock surged out with a force and speed that was entirely new. They did not amble. They flowed, a river of clean, white bodies pouring into the street and then up the main path that led out of the village. Their hooves made a light, rapid percussion on the hard-packed earth, a sound that spoke of efficiency and strength, not the slow, dragging shuffle of winter. Eli and Malachi had to walk briskly to keep up, their own steps feeling light in sympathy with the flock's liberation. The path to the high pastures, the same one they had taken on that first memorable dawn of Eli's lessons, felt like a different road altogether. The sheep did not need constant guidance or reassurance. They moved with a collective, confident purpose, their heads up, their senses alive to the world in a way they hadn't been for months. They could feel the subtlest shift in the breeze, hear the distant call of a bird, smell the specific scent of a particular herb yards away. Freed from the sensory deprivation of their heavy wool, the world was new to them, an endless source of discovery and delight. As they climbed, the landscape unfolded in its spring glory. The hints of green Eli had spotted days before had now multiplied into a vast, shimmering tapestry. The pastures were not just green. They were a mosaic of colors, the bright emerald of new grass, the darker jade of hardy perennials, dotted with the brilliant yellow of mustard flowers, the delicate blue of speedwell, and the pale lavender of early blooming thyme. The air was thick with the hum of 10,000 bees and the sweet, honeyed fragrance of the blossoms. It was a feast for the senses, and the flock plunged into it with an appetite that was about more than just hunger. It was a hunger for experience, for life itself. Malachi, his breathing even and deep from the climb, stopped at the crest of the hill, the same spot where he had first explained the green pastures to Eli. The scene below was the perfect fulfillment of that early lesson. The flock was spread out across the verdant slope, not just eating, but reveling. They would take a few bites of the sweet grass, then lift their heads to feel the sun on their faces, or break into a short, joyful run before settling to graze again. The lambs, especially, were ecstatic, their unburdened bodies allowing them to leap and twist in the air with an acrobatic grace that was breathtaking to watch. "He makes me lie down in green pastures," Malachi said, his voice full of a quiet, overwhelming gratitude. "He does not just lead us to provision. He leads us to a provision that invites rest, that inspires joy. He provides a feast so abundant and so secure that we can actually stop our striving and simply be. We can lie down in the midst of it. This is the culmination of the journey. The winter is past. The burden is gone. The soul has been restored. And now we rest in the abundance he has prepared." Eli looked out over the scene, and his heart felt too large for his chest. He saw the entire cycle laid out before him. The guidance, the trials, the quiet seasons of hidden growth, the liberating shearing, and now this glorious return. It was all the work of the shepherd. Every step, every season had been under his care. The goodness and mercy that had followed them through the dark valleys and the silent snows had now run ahead of them, preparing this magnificent welcome. He found a soft patch of grass and sat down. Then, feeling the truth of the moment deep in his spirit, he slowly lay back, stretching out on the green carpet. The sun warmed his skin, the scent of the flowers filled his lungs, and the sound of the contented flock was a lullaby of peace. He was lying down in the green pasture. His soul was restored, and he knew with a certainty that went beyond all understanding that this was where he belonged now and forever, in the care of the Good Shepherd. Section 30, The Circle of the Year. Eli lay in the green pasture for a long time, the sun a gentle weight on his closed eyelids, the earth solid and supportive beneath him. He was not sleeping, but resting in a state of deep, wakeful peace, his awareness drifting between the hum of the bees, the scent of the blossoms, and the soft, tearing sound of the grass as the flock grazed contentedly around him. In this suspended state, the entire year seemed to scroll slowly behind his eyes, not as a disjointed series of events, but as a single, beautiful, and coherent whole. He saw the anxious novice of the spring dawn, the terrified boy in the shadowy valley, the weary laborer reinforcing the fold against the storm, the quiet student of the winter's hidden work, and the joyful witness to the shearing's liberation. Each version of himself was a necessary part of the man now lying on this sun-warmed hillside. Each season of the flock was a vital stanza in the single poem of the shepherd's care. He opened his eyes and saw his grandfather sitting nearby, his staff across his knees, his gaze soft and distant, looking over the flock, but also, it seemed, looking through them into the deep truths they represented. The lines on his face were not just marks of age, but grooves worn by a lifetime of such seasons, each one deepening his understanding of the shepherd's faithfulness. "The circle is complete, Eli," Malachi said, his voice blending with the sounds of the pasture. "But it is not a circle that merely returns to where it began. It is an ascending spiral. You are not the boy who left this village in the spring. The flock is not the same flock. We have journeyed. We have been tested. We have been provided for. We have been restored. And now we have a memory. We have a story. And a story is a kind of wealth that can never be taken away. Eli sat up, pulling a blade of grass and twisting it in his fingers. "It feels like we've learned everything," he said, a faint note of melancholy in his voice, as if the culmination was also an ending. Malachi chuckled, a low, warm sound. "Learned everything? Oh, grandson, we have only learned the alphabet. We have learned the basic sounds of the shepherd's language, the sound of guidance, the sound of provision, the sound of protection, the sound of rest. But the poetry he will speak with those sounds throughout your life, that is a mystery that will forever unfold." He pointed his staff towards a ewe with a new lamb nuzzling at her side. "Next year, that lamb will be a mother herself, and you will learn the shepherd's heart for the next generation." He gestured towards the distant northern hills. "There are valleys we have not yet walked, pastures we have not yet discovered. The journey does not end. It deepens." Eli looked out at the flock, and he saw no longer just sheep, but living parables. Each animal was a walking story of a specific grace. The old ewe, Safta, was a testament to enduring mercy. The ram rescued from the thorns was a symbol of patient deliverance. The newly shorn lambs were emblems of joyous freedom. The flock was a library of the shepherd's character, and he had a lifetime to read it. "The Lord is my shepherd," Eli said, and the words were now rich with the flavor of 1,000 experiences. They tasted of dusty paths and cold stream water, of fear in the shadows and oil in the dusk, of the weight of wool and the lightness of release. It was no longer a verse. It was the title of his life story. Malachi nodded, a deep satisfaction in his eyes. "And that is all you will ever need to know. Whatever the season, wherever the path, however dark the valley or abundant the pasture, that truth is the staff you can lean on. It is the rod that defends you. It is the table set before you. It is the oil that anoints you. It is the goodness and mercy that will follow you all the days of your life." The sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. The circle of this day was closing, but the spiral of their lives was continuing its upward climb. Eli stood, ready to lead the flock home, not as a student who had graduated, but as a shepherd who had just begun his apprenticeship to the great shepherd. The journey was not over. It was just beginning, and he would dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Section 31. The Weight of the Staff. The seasons turned not once but several times. The vibrant greens of spring gave way to the dusty gold of summer, which in turn surrendered to the fruitful abundance of autumn and the silent introspection of winter. Eli was no longer the boy who had followed his grandfather with wide, questioning eyes. His frame had filled out, his shoulders broadened from the work of guiding the flock, and his face had lost its softness, replaced by the lean, watchful planes of a man. He carried his own staff now, a sturdy piece of oak he had carved and smoothed himself, and the sheep knew his voice as well as they knew Malachi's. The change was subtle at first. It was Malachi pausing a little longer at the crest of a hill, his breath coming a little harder. It was the way he would sometimes delegate the longer treks to the furthest pastures to Eli, trusting his grandson's judgment implicitly. It was the way he began to speak not just to Eli, but through him, letting the younger man explain the paths and the dangers to the village children who sometimes followed them. One evening, as they sat by the fire in their home, the sound of a gentle rain pattering on the roof. Malachi did not pick up his sharpening stone or his mending. He simply looked at Eli, his gaze deep and unwavering. "The flock knows your voice, Eli," he said, his voice a soft rumble in the quiet room. "They trust your lead. It is time." Eli's heart gave a single hard thump. He knew what his grandfather meant. It was not a question of if, but of when. The under-shepherd was being called to take up the full mantle of the shepherd. "The staff is not just for walking," Malachi continued, his eyes on the piece of wood leaning against the wall near Eli's pallet. "It is a symbol of authority. It is the sign that you speak for the shepherd. The decisions are yours now. Which path to take, when to move, when to stay, when to use the rod. The weight of it is not in the wood, Eli. It is in the choice." A flutter of anxiety, old and familiar, stirred in Eli's stomach. He remembered the terror of the wadi path, the crushing responsibility of the storm. To make those calls alone. The thought was daunting. Malachi saw the fear in his eyes and smiled. A gentle, understanding smile. "You are not alone. You never have been. The same shepherd who led me leads you. You have learned his voice. You have seen his character in 1,000 moments. You know the sound of the right path. You know the feel of the solid ground. Trust that. The weight of the staff is the weight of partnership with him." The next morning, Malachi did not rise with the dawn. He lay on his pallet, a faint weariness in his bones from the damp weather. He gestured towards the door. "You lead them today, Eli. Take them to the high pastures. I will rest." Eli stood at the door of the fold, his staff in his hand. The flock was milling, waiting. They looked at him, their dark, liquid eyes expectant. For a moment, he felt the old urge to look back for his grandfather, for the reassuring nod. But he did not. He took a deep breath, feeling the truth of his grandfather's words. The shepherd was with him. He pushed the gate open. "Come," he said, his voice firm and clear, the voice of a shepherd. And the flock, without hesitation, followed him. Section 32. The first solo decision. The path to the high pastures was as familiar as the lines on his own hands. Yet today, every stone, every bend, every distant silhouette of a tree felt new and significant. Eli walked at the head of the flock, the rhythmic tap of his staff a steady drumbeat marking his solitary leadership. The sheep followed in a placid, trusting river of white, their confidence in him a tangible force at his back. It was both empowering and humbling. For the first hour, the journey was straightforward, a retracing of well-worn steps. But as they approached a fork in the path, Eli felt the first true weight of the staff. The left fork was the usual, longer route, a gentle ascent through a safe, open valley. The right fork was a steeper, more direct path that cut through a narrow, rocky defile. It was a shortcut Malachi used only in dry weather, when he was certain of the conditions. The recent rains, however, had been light. The sky was clear. The ground felt firm. He stopped, the flock bunching up behind him. This was it, his first real decision. The safe choice was the long way. It was guaranteed without risk. But it would take longer, expending more of the flock's energy on the journey, leaving less for grazing. The right path was efficient, but it held unknowns. Had the rain loosened rocks? Was the footing still secure? He closed his eyes for a moment, shutting out the bleating of the sheep and the chatter of his own doubts. He listened. He wasn't listening for an audible voice, but for the internal resonance of wisdom, the fruit of years of watching his grandfather. He remembered Malachi's lessons about the right paths of safety, yes, but also paths of timely provision. He thought of the flock's need for the best grass, and his responsibility to lead them there wisely. He saw a clear image in his mind. His grandfather patiently testing the ground with his staff before committing the flock. It was not a sign of fear, but of prudence. Eli opened his eyes. He would not choose blindly. He walked a dozen paces up the right-hand path, his staff probing the earth, his eyes scanning the rock walls for signs of recent slippage. He tested a few loose-looking stones with his foot, finding them stable. The path was dry, the gravel firm. His assessment, born of observation and inherited wisdom, was that it was safe. He returned to the fork and, without hesitation, turned onto the steeper path. "Come on," he called, his voice calm and assured. The flock followed. The defile was cool and shadowed, the air still. Eli's senses were heightened, his hearing attuned to the slightest trickle of gravel, his eyes constantly moving. But the path held. They moved through it efficiently, emerging onto the high pastures a full hour earlier than they would have by the longer route. The flock burst onto the lush green expanse with eager bleats, immediately spreading out to graze on the prime grass, their energy reserves intact. Eli leaned on his staff, watching them, and let out a long, slow breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. A profound sense of rightness settled over him. It wasn't pride, but a quiet confirmation. He had weighed the risk and the provision. He had sought wisdom. He had led. He had felt the weight of the staff, not as a burden, but as a tool of discernment. The shepherd had not given him a detailed map, but he had given him a mind to observe, a store of wisdom to draw upon, and the promise of his presence. The first solo decision was made, and it was good. Section 33, The Whisper of the Breeze. The success of his first independent decision settled into Eli's spirit not as a trophy of pride, but as a foundational stone of confidence. It was a quiet assurance that the years at his grandfather's side had not been in vain. The lessons had been absorbed into the very fiber of his being, becoming a part of his own instinct and judgment. In the days that followed, he led the flock with a growing sense of ownership, his commands clear, his choices deliberate. He found the rhythm of the solitary shepherd, a rhythm built on constant, watchful prayer and a deep, abiding awareness of the unseen partner in his work. Yet, with this new confidence came a new kind of solitude. The easy, unspoken camaraderie with Malachi was now replaced by the weight of soul responsibility. He missed the low rumble of his grandfather's commentary on the land, the shared silence that was full of understanding, the simple knowledge that another pair of experienced eyes was scanning the horizon. One afternoon, he led the flock to a high, windy ridge where they could graze on the tough, resilient grasses that thrived in the exposed air. The sun was warm, the sky a vast, empty blue. The flock was content, and there was no immediate danger, no pressing decision to be made. It was in this moment of quiet stewardship that a strange, hollow feeling bloomed in Eli's chest. It was loneliness. It was the loneliness of command, the isolation of being the one ultimately responsible for 100 vulnerable lives. He sat on a sun-warmed rock, his staff across his knees, and looked out over the endless rolling hills. The immensity of the world, the sheer scale of his task, suddenly felt overwhelming. How could he, one man, be sufficient for this? What if his judgment failed? What if a storm arose that he hadn't foreseen, or a sickness spread through the flock that he didn't know how to cure? The fears, once kept at bay by Malachi's presence, now whispered at the edges of his mind. It was then that a gentle breeze stirred, sweeping up from the valley below. It was not the howling wind of a storm, but a soft, sighing breath of air. It rustled the dry grasses at his feet and cooled the skin on his face. And in that moment, a memory surfaced, clear and vivid as the day it happened. He was a boy again, sitting with Malachi in the dawn light, and his grandfather was saying, "The dawn watch is the heaviest. It is a good time for listening." Eli closed his eyes. He stopped fighting the loneliness and instead, he listened. He listened to the breeze. He listened to the distant bleat of a lamb. He listened to the profound silence that lay beneath all the sounds of the earth. And in that listening, the loneliness began to transform. It did not vanish, but it changed its character. It became not an empty space, but a receptive one. The solitude was not an absence of his grandfather. It was the presence of a different companion. The breeze on his face felt like a caress, a tangible reminder of a spirit that moved where it wished, that was as close as the very air he breathed. He was not alone. The shepherd was with him. His staff was not a symbol of his own solitary authority, but a tool provided by the true shepherd. The flock was not his burden to carry alone. They were the shepherd's flock, entrusted to his care. The weight was real, but it was a shared weight. A profound peace, different from any he had known before, settled over him. It was the peace of surrendered leadership. He was the shepherd, yes, but he would never be the source. He was the channel, not the spring. The loneliness lifted, replaced by a sweet, abiding communion. He rose from the rock, picked up his staff, and looked over his flock with fresh eyes. They were not a weight upon him. They were a trust given to him by the one who walked with him on this windy ridge. The whisper of the breeze had been a lesson more important than any about paths or predators. It was the lesson of his everlasting presence. Section 34, The Fading Strength. The seasons continued their inexorable turn, and with them, the subtle shift in Malachi's condition became an undeniable reality. The weariness that had once been a guest in his bones now seemed to have taken up permanent residence. The walks he took with Eli and the flock grew shorter, often just to the nearest meadow, and even then, he would find a rock or a fallen log to sit upon, content to watch from a distance as Eli managed the flock's movements. His hands, once capable of prying apart the toughest thorns, now sometimes trembled slightly when he lifted his cup of tea. The village healer came more frequently, leaving packets of bitter-smelling herbs and speaking in low, concerned tones with Eli's mother. Yet, through the gradual dimming of his physical strength, the light in Malachi's eyes remained undimmed. If anything, it seemed to burn brighter, a serene and steady flame that was untroubled by the failing vessel that contained it. He spent his days now not in the active work of shepherding, but in the quiet work of presence, sitting in the sun by the door of their house, his gnarled hands resting on the familiar wood of his own retired staff, which now served more as a companion than a tool. Eli watched this slow surrender with a complex knot of emotions tightening in his chest. There was a deep, aching sadness, a grief for the vibrant, powerful man who had taught him everything he knew. There was a fierce, protective love that made him want to somehow pour his own youth into his grandfather's aging frame. And underpinning it all was a low, thrumming anxiety. Malachi had been his anchor, his living library, his tangible connection to the wisdom of the shepherd. What would he do when that voice was silenced? One afternoon, when the sun was warm and the breeze gentle, Eli found his grandfather sitting on his bench, his face tilted upwards, eyes closed, a faint, peaceful smile on his lips. Eli sat beside him, the silence between them comfortable and deep. After a long while, Malachi spoke, his voice thinner now, a whisper of its former rumble, but still carrying the same unwavering certainty. "You are watching the strength fade from my body, Eli," he said, not opening his eyes. "And you are afraid of what its absence will mean." Eli did not deny it. He simply nodded, his throat too tight for words. "I once watched a very old olive tree be struck by lightning," Malachi continued, his voice dreamy with memory. "It split the trunk right down the middle. Everyone thought it was dead. We mourned it, but the next spring, from a root we didn't even know was there, a new shoot emerged. It was small and tender, but it was alive. It drew its life from the same deep source as the old tree, but it was a new thing, a new creation." He finally turned his head and opened his eyes, fixing Eli with that clear, honey-colored gaze. "My strength is fading, but the shepherd's strength is not. His wisdom is not stored in this old body. It is stored in his character, which you have come to know. It is stored in the land which he made. It is stored in the flock which reveals his heart. And it is stored in you, Eli, in the lessons you have learned, in the faith you have built. I am the old trunk. You are the new shoot. The same sap, the same spirit flows through us both." He reached out a trembling hand and laid it on Eli's arm. His grip was weak, but the love in it was as strong as it had ever been. "Do not mourn the fading of my strength. Rejoice that the shepherd's strength is made perfect in weakness. My journey to the final fold is just another path he is leading me on, and I will fear no evil, for he is with me. Your journey is to tend the flock. Trust the sap. Trust the root. The tree will live on." In that moment, Eli's anxiety began to loosen its grip. He was not losing his foundation. He was being called to become the foundation for others. The strength was not vanishing. It was being transferred from the temporal to the eternal, from the aging shepherd to the everlasting shepherd. The fading of the light in one vessel only made the brilliance of the source all the more clear. Section 35. The passing of the mantle. The final decline, when it came, was as swift and quiet as the first frost of autumn. Malachi took to his bed, his breathing a soft, shallow rhythm in the dimness of the house. The village elder came and prayed. Family sat in vigil, but it was in the deep of night, when the house was still, that Eli sat alone at his grandfather's bedside, holding his frail hand. The moon, a silent witness, cast a silver path through the window. Malachi's eyes fluttered open. They were clouded with pain, but the peace in their depths was absolute. He looked at Eli, and a light of pure, undiluted love shone from them. "Eli," he whispered, the name a breath. "I am here, Saba. The staff." Malachi's gaze drifted to the corner where his own old staff stood, then back to Eli. "It was never mine. It was always his. You hold it now. For him." He took a slow, rattling breath, his eyes looking past Eli, toward something or someone else in the room. A look of awe, of recognition, of overwhelming joy transformed his weathered face. The lines of age and pain seemed to smooth away. "The green pastures," he breathed, the words filled with a wonder that was tangible. "So real." His chest rose and fell one last, quiet time, and then was still. The silence that filled the room was not one of absence, but of a profound and holy culmination. The journey was over. The shepherd had been led home. Eli did not weep immediately. He sat for a long time, holding the hand that had taught him to hold a staff, to anoint with oil, to feel for the right path. He felt the truth of his grandfather's last words settle into the newly carved hollow of his grief. The staff was the Lord's. The flock was the Lord's. Malachi had simply been a faithful keeper for a season. And now that season was over. The funeral was a simple, solemn affair. The whole village came, for Malachi had been a pillar, a man whose wisdom was as solid as the hills he had walked. They spoke of his kindness, his strength, his faith. But as Eli stood by the freshly turned earth, listening to the prayers and the memories, he felt something unexpected stirring beneath the sorrow. It was a sense of commissioning. Later, alone in the fold with the flock, the reality of his new position settled upon him. He was the shepherd now, not the under-shepherd, not the apprentice. The sole shepherd. There was no one to ask, no one to turn to for a final opinion. The mantle had passed, not in a ceremony, but in a quiet room with a final breath. He walked among the sheep, their familiar, earthy scent of comfort. They pressed against his legs, their trust in him unshaken by the change in the world. They did not know that their old protector was gone. They only knew the voice and the presence of the one who stood before them now. He picked up his staff, feeling the familiar grain of the wood. Felt different, heavier yet also more sacred. It was no longer just his tool. It was his covenant, his connection to the line of shepherds that stretched back through Malachi and through David and all the way to the heart of the Good Shepherd himself. The path ahead was his to walk. The valleys were his to traverse. The decisions were his to make. But as he looked up at the first stars piercing the twilight, he knew he was not leading alone. The mantle was on his shoulders, but the strength for the journey would come from the one who had called him. The shepherd would provide. He always did. Section 36. The solitude of the flock. The days following Malachi's passing were draped in a strange, new silence. The house felt too large, the mornings too quiet without the sound of his grandfather's steady breathing or the soft clatter of him preparing the morning tea. Eli moved through his tasks with a heavy heart, the routines of feeding, watering, and leading the flock now underscored by a profound sense of solitude. He was the shepherd, yes, but the echoing absence of his teacher, his friend, his Saba, was a presence in itself. A hollow space that grief filled to the brim. He led the flock out to the same high pastures that had been the setting of so many lessons, but the beauty of the emerald grass and the vibrant wildflowers seemed muted, their colors filtered through the gray veil of his loss. He sat on the same sun-warmed rock he and Malachi had shared, but the space beside him was empty. The flock, sensing his somber mood, was quieter than usual, grazing with a gentle solemnity, as if sharing in his mourning. The weight of the staff felt different now. It was no longer the weight of potential, but the weight of actual solitary responsibility. Every decision, from the path he chose to the pace he set, was his alone. There was no one to offer a confirming nod, no low rumble of wisdom to fall back upon. The silence was no longer peaceful. It was deafening. He was alone with 100 beating hearts that depended entirely on him, and the immensity of that trust felt, for the first time, like a crushing burden. The memories of past journeys, the jackal, the storm, the shearing, flooded his mind, but they were memories of being guided, of being protected. Now he was the guide, he was the protector, and in the raw freshness of his grief, he felt utterly inadequate for the task. The solitude of leadership was a colder, sharper thing than he had ever imagined. Section 37, The Echo in the Valley. The first true test of Eli's solitary leadership came sooner than he anticipated. A week after Malachi's passing, the flock's grazing had exhausted the closest pastures, necessitating a longer journey to the north-facing slopes. The most direct route, as it had been years ago, led along the rim of the Wadi Ketzes. The memory of that first terrifying traverse with his grandfather was etched into his mind, a vivid tapestry of fear, trust, and ultimate deliverance. Now he approached the head of the gorge alone, the flock a quiet, trusting presence at his back. The sight of the jagged tear in the earth sent the same familiar lurch through his stomach, the ghost of his childhood fear whispering at the edge of his consciousness. The wind moaned up from the depths with the same lonely voice. He stopped, his staff planted firmly on the path, and looked back at the flock. Their eyes were on him, waiting. They did not see the danger. They saw only their shepherd. In that moment, the solitude threatened to overwhelm him. He longed for Malachi's steadying presence ahead of him, for the deep, calm voice that could cut through the howling wind. But there was only silence. He was the one who had to speak. He was the one who had to lead. Taking a deep, deliberate breath, he closed his eyes. He did not pray for the path to be easy or for the fear to vanish. Instead, he listened for the echo, not the echo of the wind, but the echo of his grandfather's wisdom in the canyon of his own memory. He heard the phantom tap of another staff on the stone, the ghost of a lesson learned in this very place. The right path is not always the safe one, but it is the necessary one. The promise is not the absence of danger, but the presence of the shepherd. The words were not audible, but they resonated in his spirit with the force of truth. He opened his eyes. The chasm was still there. The fear was still a flicker in his gut. But it was no longer in control. He was, "Come," he said, his voice firm and clear, a confident sound that surprised even him. He did not shout to be heard over the wind. He spoke with the quiet authority of one who knows he is leading on behalf of a higher power. He stepped onto the narrow path, his staff testing the ground just as Malachi's had, his body a shield between the flock and the abyss. He moved slowly, steadily, his focus absolute. He did not look down into the terrifying depths. He looked at the next 3 feet of the path, then the next. He was the shepherd now, and this was his flock to guide through the shadow. The flock followed, their trust a palpable force. They did not see the echo of his fear or the weight of his grief. They saw only his confident back. They heard only his assuring voice. They pressed together, a river of faith flowing along the precipice, their safety entirely dependent on his judgment and his courage. When they finally rounded the last outcrop and the path widened into the safety of the northern valley, a wave of relief so powerful it made his knees weak washed over him. He leaned on his staff, breathing heavily, watching the flock burst onto the green grass. He had done it, alone but not alone. He had faced the echo of his old fear and the reality of his new solitude, and he had led them through. The valley had not changed, but he had. The shepherd in him had been confirmed in the crucible of memory and necessity. The Lord was his shepherd, and that, he knew with a certainty deeper than the chasm he had just crossed, would always be enough. Section 38, The New Lambs. Spring deepened its hold on the land, and with it came the most demanding and joyous time in a shepherd's year, the lambing season. The familiar restlessness of the pregnant ewes filled the fold, their heavy, slow-moving forms a testament to the imminent new life. Eli's solitude was now punctuated by a new, intense focus. His grandfather's absence was felt most acutely here, in the subtle art of midwifery that Malachi had performed with such gentle, unshakable calm. Eli remembered watching him, seeing how he could soothe a distressed ewe with just his presence, his hands knowing exactly how to turn a malpositioned lamb, his voice a steady anchor in the messy, miraculous struggle of birth. Now it was all on him. The first ewe to go into labor was Tova, the daughter of the stubborn Canaanite. She was pacing the fold, bleating in low, distressed tones. Eli's heart hammered with a mixture of excitement and sheer terror. He had assisted before, but always as a second pair of hands, following instructions. Now he was the only pair of hands. He approached her slowly, speaking in the same low, rhythmic tones his grandfather had used. "Easy, Tova. Easy now. I'm here. It will be all right." He wasn't sure if he was reassuring her or himself. The labor was long and difficult. For a terrifying moment, it seemed the lamb was stuck. Panic clawed at Eli's throat. He closed his eyes, and in the darkness behind his eyelids, he saw not a memory, but a knowing, a flow of instinct and learned wisdom that felt like it was being poured into him from a source beyond himself. His hands, which moments before had felt clumsy and uncertain, now moved with a sure, gentle purpose. He knew what to do. He repositioned the lamb, his touch firm yet yielding, working in harmony with the ew's contractions. With a final great effort from Tova and a careful guiding pull from Eli, the lamb slid out onto the straw, a wet, wriggling bundle. He cleared its nose and mouth, and it let out a weak, gasping bleat. The sound was the most beautiful thing Eli had ever heard. He placed the lamb in front of its mother, who immediately began to lick it clean, her distressed bleats transforming into soft, grunting murmurs of love and recognition. Eli sat back on his heels, his hands trembling, his tunic stained, but his spirit soaring. He had done it, alone in the quiet fold, under the watchful stars. He had helped usher a new life into the world. The cycle was continuing. The legacy was not broken. Over the next few weeks, more lambs were born. With each successful delivery, Eli's confidence grew. The solitude of leadership was being filled with the profound satisfaction of nurture. He was no longer just maintaining what his grandfather had left behind. He was actively fostering its future. Each new lamb was a promise, a tiny, bleeding testament that life went on, that the shepherd's faithfulness was renewing itself right before his eyes. The fold, once a place of echoing absence, was now filled with the insistent, hopeful music of new life. Section 39, The Whisper of the Promise. The lambing season stretched into a period of intense, wakeful vigilance that tested the very limits of Eli's endurance. The nights were no longer for rest, but for quiet patrols through the fold. His ears tuned to the specific sounds of a ewe in distress, his eyes scanning the moonlit forms for any sign of trouble. He learned to catnap in the small hours, leaning against the stone wall of the shelter, his staff within reach, his senses never fully surrendering to sleep. The work was physically grueling, assisting with difficult births, ensuring each newborn lamb found its mother's milk, separating weaklings to hand feed them with goat's milk, and constantly cleaning the fold to prevent disease. His body ached with a fatigue that seeped into his bones, and the solitude of these long, dark watches was a stark and lonely thing. There were moments, in the deepest part of the night, when the weight of it all threatened to crush him. The memory of Malachi's calm expertise was a painful contrast to his own fumbling uncertainty when a lamb was born too weak, or a ewe rejected her young. Grief and exhaustion became a tangled knot in his chest. One such night, after a particularly harrowing delivery that had ended with a stillborn lamb, Eli sat in the darkness, the scent of birth and loss clinging to him. A profound despair washed over him. He was alone. The flock was growing, the work was relentless, and he was failing. He was just one man, and it was not enough. As these bleak thoughts swirled, a verse, one his grandfather had often murmured during the long nights, surfaced in his mind from the depths of his weariness. It was not from the Psalms of David, but from the prophet Isaiah. He tends his flock like a shepherd. He gathers the lambs in his arms and carries them close to his heart. He gently leads those that have young. The words landed not as a distant comfort, but as a direct, personal promise. He gathers the lambs in his arms. He gently leads those that have young. Eli was the one with the young. He was the one staying up through the night, feeling the weight of each fragile life. And the promise was that the great shepherd was gently leading him. He was not alone in his vigil. The responsibility was his, but the strength and the gentle guidance for the task were being provided. He wasn't just a shepherd. He was a lamb himself, being carried close to the shepherd's heart through this trial. This realization did not magically erase his fatigue or his sorrow, but it fundamentally altered the context of his struggle. The solitude was filled with a sacred presence. The weight was shared. He looked out at the fold, at the ewes sleeping with their newborns nestled against them, and he saw a reflection of a greater reality. He was not the source of strength for this flock. He was a channel. The same tenderness he felt for the wobbling lambs, the same fierce protectiveness he felt for the weary ewes, was but a dim reflection of the shepherd's heart for him. A quiet peace, sturdy and real, settled over his grief and exhaustion. He stood up, picked up his staff and continued his slow walk through the fold. The work was the same, the night was just as dark, but he was no longer alone in it. He was being gently led. Section 40, the first light of understanding. The relentless pace of the lambing season eventually began to slow. The frantic, round-the-clock emergencies gave way to a new, more manageable rhythm of watchful care and maintenance. The fold was now home to a boisterous, growing nursery. The early mornings were filled with the sight of the new lambs, their legs still slightly unsteady, learning to run and leap with a clumsy, joyous abandon that brought a weary smile to Eli's face. Their tiny bleats filled the air, a constant, cheerful chorus that was the sound of the flock's future. It was during this calmer period that a profound shift occurred within Eli. He was mending a small break in the fold's wall one afternoon, the sun warm on his back, the sounds of the contented flock a soothing backdrop to his work, when the understanding finally dawned, full and complete. He was no longer simply Malachi's grandson, the apprentice who had inherited a flock. He was the shepherd. This was his fold. These were his sheep. The knowledge settled into him not as a burden, but as an identity. The lessons of the past were not just memories. They were the foundation of his present wisdom. The grief for his grandfather was still there, a tender scar on his heart, but it was now woven into the fabric of his strength, a reminder of a love that had prepared him for this very moment. He looked over the flock and saw not 100 individual animals, but a living community for which he was responsible. He knew their lineages, their personalities, their strengths, and their weaknesses. He knew which ewe was a fussy mother and which lamb was the boldest explorer. He knew the path of their lives, from birth to shearing, and he understood his role in guiding them through it all. The Lord was his shepherd. This was no longer a truth he had learned from his grandfather. It was the bedrock reality of his own life. He had felt the rod drive off the predators of fear and despair. He had felt the staff guide him through the valley of grief and the lonely watches of the night. He had tasted the goodness of provision in the spring grass and the mercy of renewed strength in the quiet moments of prayer. He had felt the anointing oil of peace in the midst of turmoil. He was dwelling in the house of the Lord, not as a visitor, but as a son. A deep, unshakable contentment filled him. The journey had been longer and harder than he could have imagined as a boy, but it had led him here, to this moment of quiet, sovereign understanding. He was Eli the shepherd, and he was exactly where he was meant to be. Section 41. The lingering echo of the flute. The high, clear notes of a shepherd's flute drifted across the evening air, a melody both familiar and strangely distant. Eli paused in his work of mending a water trough, his hands stilling as he listened. It was a song his grandfather had often played, a simple, winding tune that seemed to speak of green hills and quiet waters. The musician was a young boy from the village, practicing on the outskirts, his notes hesitant but earnest. For Eli, the sound was a ghost, a beautiful, aching echo from a past that now felt a world away. It tugged at the carefully woven fabric of his newfound identity, pulling a thread of longing for a time when his own responsibilities had been lighter, when the ultimate weight of decisions rested on broader, older shoulders. The melody wrapped around him, and for a moment, he was not the shepherd, but the grandson again, sitting at Malachi's feet, listening to the same tune as the sun set and the flock settled. The memory was so vivid, he could almost smell the particular scent of wood smoke and thyme that had always clung to his grandfather's cloak. A sharp, sweet pain lanced through him, the grief not as a dull ache, but as a fresh wound. He missed the simplicity of learning, the safety of being the student. He missed the shared silence, the unspoken understanding that had flowed between them like a deep, underground river. The weight of the staff in his hand felt suddenly heavy again, a symbol of the solitude that the flute's song so poignantly highlighted. The boy played a wrong note, fumbled, and started the phrase again. The imperfection broke the spell. Eli took a deep, shuddering breath, pulling himself back from the brink of self-pity. He looked around his fold, at the sturdy walls he maintained, at the flock that knew his voice, at the new lambs that were a product of his own vigilant care. This was his life now. The melody was a reminder, not an invitation to return to a time that was gone. It was a part of the legacy, yes, but the legacy was now his to carry forward, not to live in the shadow of. He picked up his tools and returned to his work, the notes of the flute now blending with the other evening sounds, the bleating of the sheep, the call of a night bird, the whisper of the wind. It was no longer a ghost, but simply one thread in the rich tapestry of his life. The echo lingered, but it no longer held power over him. He was the shepherd, and the song, however beautiful, was just a song. Section 42. The whispers of the past and the path ahead. The lingering echo of the flute faded into the twilight, but its resonance settled deep within Eli, stirring a quiet turmoil that lasted long into the night. Lying on his pallet, the sounds of the sleeping village a distant hum. He found himself walking the familiar corridors of memory. He was not just remembering his grandfather's lessons. He was reliving the very sensations, the dry, dusty heat of the Wadi path, the chilling damp of the storm-laden air, the crushing weight of the grief that had followed Malachi's passing. Each memory was a stone in the foundation of who he had become, but tonight, they felt less like a foundation and more like a weight, anchoring him to a past that was irrevocably gone. The confident identity he had forged in the crucible of the lambing season now felt fragile, tested by a simple, melancholy melody. Was he truly the shepherd, or was he merely a boy playing a part, desperately mimicking the footsteps of a greater man? The questions circled in the darkness, feeding on his fatigue and the inherent loneliness of his position. He thought of the endless cycle that now defined his life. The dawn watch, the search for pasture, the constant vigilance for predators and sickness, the mending of walls, the planning for the next season. It was a life of service, yes, but in this moment of doubt, it felt like a life of relentless burden, a sentence of solitude. He rose before the sun, the questions still gnawing at him, and stepped out into the cool, pre-dawn air. The flock stirred as he approached the fold, their soft bleats a greeting. He opened the gate and they flowed out around him, a river of trust he felt utterly unworthy of. Today, he did not lead them with the same purposeful stride. His steps were slower, more contemplative, his gaze inward as much as it was on the path. He was taking them to the high pastures again, the place of his deepest lessons and his most profound peace. As they climbed, the sun began to warm the eastern ridges, but a different kind of light was dawning within Eli. It was not the bright, confident light of understanding he had felt before, but a softer, grayer light of acceptance. He accepted the doubt. He accepted the weariness. He accepted the fact that he would always miss his grandfather. He stopped at the crest of the hill, the very spot where Malachi had first painted the picture of the green pastures with his words. The flock spread out below him, beginning their day's feast. And as he watched them, a new thought, quiet but insistent, began to form. He had been looking at his life as a line, a progression from student to master, from boy to man. But what if it was a circle, or better yet, that ascending spiral his grandfather had spoken of? The lessons were not meant to be learned once and then filed away. They were meant to be lived and relived and understood anew at deeper levels with each passing season. The fear he felt now on the cusp of a new day was not a betrayal of his faith. It was the raw material for a new lesson in trust. The weariness was not a sign of failure. It was an invitation to experience the shepherd's strength being made perfect in weakness. The memory of his grandfather was not a chain to the past. It was a compass, its needle still pointing true north towards the character of the eternal shepherd. He was not Malachi. He was Eli. His journey would have its own unique valleys and its own specific pastures. The shepherd who had been faithful to his grandfather would be faithful to him, not by making his path identical, but by walking with him on the path that was uniquely his. A profound sense of release washed over him. The burden was not his to carry alone. It never had been. The staff in his hand was not a symbol of his own solitary strength, but a token of a partnership that transcended generations. He looked out at the green pastures, at the quiet flock, and he whispered the words that were now the bedrock of his existence. The Lord is my shepherd, and for the first time he understood that this included all of it. The confidence and the doubt, the strength and the weariness, the clear paths and the confusing ones. He was the shepherd of this flock, and he would always be, a sheep in the flock of the good shepherd. The path ahead was his to walk, and he was ready. Section 43, the forging of a deeper trust. The profound release Eli experienced on the high pastures did not magically erase the daily challenges or the lingering ache of solitude, but it fundamentally recalibrated his relationship with them. The burdensome weight of the staff transformed into a balanced tool of partnership. The solitary walks were no longer lonely, but became a cherished space for a dialogue that was deeper than words, a communion with the unseen shepherd whose presence became more tangible with each passing mile. He found himself speaking aloud at times, not in formal prayer, but in a running conversation, voicing his observations about the flock, his concerns about a ewe who was off her feed, his gratitude for a hidden spring he'd discovered. It was a habit Malachi had had, and Eli now understood it was not the rambling of an old man, but the practical outworking of a life lived in conscious companionship with God. The season turned towards the fullness of summer, and with it came a new challenge, one that tested this forged trust in a way a physical predator or a storm never could. A strange lassitude began to move through the flock. It wasn't a dramatic sickness, but a gradual dimming. A few sheep, then a dozen, began to lag behind on the daily walks. Their eyes lost a little of their luster. Their grazing became less enthusiastic. Eli checked them meticulously. No fever, no obvious injury, no sign of the parasites he knew to look for. He consulted the village healer, who offered general tonics, but they had little effect. The mystery of the ailment was a heavier burden than any jackal, predator he could fight, a storm he could prepare for. This silent, creeping malaise was an enemy he couldn't see, couldn't name, and therefore couldn't confront. Fear, cold and insidious, began to whisper to him in the quiet watches of the night. Was this a judgment on his leadership? Had he failed in some fundamental way he couldn't even perceive? The old doubts, which he thought he had laid to rest, rose again with fresh vigor. He spent days studying the flock, trying to find a pattern, a common plant they had eaten, a water source they had all drunk from. He found nothing. His prayers felt like they hit a ceiling of brass. The heavens were silent. The unseen shepherd seemed to have withdrawn his guidance, leaving Eli utterly alone with a failing flock. It was in the depths of this desperate silence that the most difficult lesson of trust was forged. He had learned to trust God for dramatic deliverance, for clear guidance on treacherous paths, for strength in exhaustion. But could he trust God in the midst of a lingering, unresolved mystery? Could he trust the shepherd's heart when his hand was hidden? One evening, as he sat in the fold with the listless sheep, the words of Job came to him, another man who had faced inexplicable suffering. Though he slay me, yet will I hope in him. The faith being asked of him now was of a different, deeper quality. It was not a faith for a solution, but a faith for the silence. It was a trust not in an outcome, but in a person. He surrendered, not his responsibility for the flock, but his illusion of control over its well-being. He whispered into the twilight, "They are your flock. I do not understand what is happening, cannot see a way through, but I trust you. I trust your goodness even here. I trust your mercy even now." He didn't feel a sudden rush of peace. The sheep were still sick. The mystery remained, but the corrosive fear lost its power. Quiet, grim determination took its place. He would continue to care for them. He would continue to seek answers. He would continue to provide the best grass and the cleanest water. But the ultimate outcome was in the shepherd's hands. This was the deepest valley he had walked yet, the valley of uncertainty. And he was learning that the shepherd's presence was not dependent on his own understanding. It was a promise for the journey, regardless of the destination. Section 44, The Unseen Current. The days following Eli's surrender bled into one another, a slow, plodding procession of faithful care in the face of lingering mystery. He continued his work with a dogged persistence, his actions no longer fueled by the frantic energy of finding a cure, but by the steady rhythm of a trust that had been tested in fire. He led the listless flock to the sweetest grasses he could find, even if it meant longer, more arduous journeys for him. He carried the weakest lambs when their legs grew too tired, their small, feverish bodies a light but poignant burden in his arms. He spent hours sitting with the sickest ewes, speaking softly to them, his presence a quiet testament to a commitment that would not be broken by unanswered questions. He anointed their heads with oil, not as a magical cure, but as a symbol of his ongoing, dedicated care, a tactile prayer for their comfort. It was during this period of steadfast, unglamorous faithfulness that a shift began to occur, not first in the flock, but within Eli himself. The peace that had eluded him in his desperate search for answers began to seep into his spirit now that he had stopped demanding them. It was the peace of the deep, unseen current that flows beneath a storm-tossed surface, a stability that had nothing to do with external circumstances. He found a strange, hard-won joy in the simple acts of service, the feel of a lamb's trusting weight in his arms, the sight of a ewe managing to take a few more bites of grass than the day before, the cool, clean scent of water drawn fresh from the well. He was learning the shepherd's heart in a new way, the heart that does not abandon the one lost sheep, even when the 99 are safe. His own love for the flock deepened, becoming less about the success of his shepherding and more about the intrinsic value of each life entrusted to him. Then, almost imperceptibly at first, the flock began to respond. It was not a dramatic, overnight healing. It was a slow, gentle turning of the tide. One morning, he noticed that the number of sheep lagging behind had decreased by 2. A few days later, a ewe who had shown little interest in her lamb for a week began to nuzzle it again, a faint spark of maternal instinct rekindling. The luster slowly returned to their eyes. Their bleats, which had been weak and thready, regained a measure of their former strength. There was no single moment of victory, no identifiable cause for the recovery. It was as if the very atmosphere of patient, trusting care had become a medicine in itself. The unseen malaise was retreating before the unseen current of grace. Eli knew with a certainty that bypassed his intellect that this was the shepherd's work. It was a deliverance far more profound than the dramatic rescue from a jackal. It was a deliverance that had required his participation in the form of unwavering, faithful presence. He had walked through the valley of the shadow of uncertainty, and he had feared the evil of despair. But the shepherd's rod and staff, the disciplines of prayer and the support of remembered promises, had comforted him. And on the other side, he found a trust that was no longer a theory, but a part of his very bones. The flock was healing, and so was its shepherd. Section 45, the full circle of the spiral. The final vestiges of the strange lassity faded from the flock as the summer reached its glorious golden peak. The sheep were now robust and healthy, their coats thickening once more under the brilliant sun, their energy fully restored. The crisis had passed, leaving not a scar, but a deeper, more resilient strength in its wake, both in the animals and in the man who led them. The memory of the fear and the unanswered questions was now woven into the tapestry of Eli's faith, a dark thread that somehow made the brighter colors of grace and provision shine all the more vividly. He led the flock one morning to the very same high pasture where his journey into solitary shepherding had begun, the place of his deepest doubts and his most profound revelations. The scene was achingly familiar. The emerald grass, the humming bees, the wildflowers painting the slope in a riot of color. He sat on his familiar rock, his staff beside him, and watched the flock spread out and begin to graze. But as he looked, he saw with new eyes. He did not just see sheep, he saw living testimonies. He saw the old ewes, like Safta, who represented the enduring, gentle mercy of the shepherd that carries us to the very end. He saw the rams, symbols of a strength that was not their own, but was provided for the protection of the community. He saw the young, nimble lambs, born under his care, their very existence a promise of a future and a hope. And he saw himself no longer the anxious boy or the grieving grandson, but a man, weathered and wise, seated firmly in his identity as a shepherd under the great shepherd. The spiral his grandfather had spoken of had completed another full, ascending turn. He had returned to the green pastures, But he was not the same person who had left them. He had journeyed through the valley of grief, the storm of responsibility, the winter of hidden growth, the shearing of liberation, and the deep, dark valley of unexplained suffering. And through it all, one truth had remained, an anchor in every season. The Lord is my shepherd. The words were now the rhythm of his own heartbeat, the air in his lungs. They held the taste of dusty paths and cold stream water, the scent of anointing oil and newborn lamb, the feel of a weary head resting in a moment of peace, the sound of a grandfather's voice and the silence of God's faithful presence. He looked up at the vast blue sky and then down at the flock, his flock, and a prayer of pure, unadulterated gratitude rose from the very core of his being. It was not a prayer of request, but of communion. He was dwelling in the house of the Lord. He was home, a young village boy, no older than he himself had been when he started, timidly approached the edge of the pasture, his eyes wide with wonder at the sight of the peaceful flock. Eli smiled and gestured for him to come closer. The boy approached hesitantly. There's so many, the boy whispered. Eli looked out over the flock, then back at the boy's eager, questioning face. He saw the beginning of a new spiral. He picked up his staff, feeling its familiar, solid weight, and began to speak. "The Lord is our shepherd," he said, his voice calm and sure, the voice of a shepherd who has come home. "And because of that, we shall not want." The journey was not over. It was just beginning, for him and for the next one in line. Section 46. The graying of the temple. The years, once measured in the vibrant, turning seasons of lambing and shearing, now began to be marked by a slower, more subtle rhythm. Eli felt it first in the mornings. The stiffness in his joints that had once been a fleeting complaint from a night spent on hard ground now took longer to loosen, requiring a few moments of deliberate stretching by the hearth before he could step out into the dawn. The path to the high pastures, which he had once bounded up with youthful vigor, now required more strategic pauses, moments to lean on his staff and catch his breath, to appreciate the view from a new, more measured perspective. His own dark hair began to be threaded with silver, first at the temples, then spreading like a gentle frost, a mirror to the wisdom that had been earned through decades of walking with the flock. He was becoming what his grandfather had been, an elder. The flock, too, had changed over the cycles. The lambs he had midwifed into the world were now the sturdy, dependable mothers and strong-backed rams of the fold. He knew their lineages as intimately as he knew his own family tree. He saw the stubbornness of Calanit in one ewe, the steady courage of Lavan in a young ram. The flock was a living library of God's faithfulness. Each generation a new chapter in the same beautiful story. His shepherding evolved. The frantic, physical exertion of chasing strays or fighting off predators was now more often delegated to the strong young dogs he had trained or the village boys who sometimes accompanied him, their energy a bright, cheerful counterpoint to his own settled calm. His work became less about doing and more about being a watchful presence, a repository of knowledge, a living landmark of the shepherd's enduring care. He would often sit for hours on his favorite rock, not in idleness, but in a state of deep, prayerful observation. He watched the way the light changed on the hills, the patterns of the birds, the subtle signs in the flock that spoke of contentment or unease. His leadership was now one of quiet influence, of a word spoken at the right time, of a story told around the evening fire that held a lesson woven into its fabric. The weight of the staff was no longer about the force needed to guide or defend. It was about the wisdom to know when to lead and when to let the flock learn, when to speak and when to hold a peace that spoke volumes. He was building a different kind of fold now, not one of stone and thorn, but one of legacy and truth. He was graying, yes, but he was not diminishing. He was being refined, his faith distilled into a potent, peaceful essence. The Lord was his shepherd. This truth, tested by time and trouble, was now the unshakable foundation upon which his graying temple was built. Section 47, The Forge of Legacy. The graying of Eli's temples was not merely a cosmetic change. It was the outward sign of an inward transformation, a slow and deliberate process where the fiery trials of his youth were being tempered into the resilient steel of a lasting legacy. He found himself more and more in the role his grandfather Malachi had once occupied, a figure of quiet authority on the sun-warmed bench outside his home. His hands, now mapped with the blue veins of age, resting not on the haft of a staff constantly in motion, but upon the smooth wood of one that had become a steady companion in contemplation. The young men of the village, sons and grandsons of the boys he had once shepherded with, began to seek him out. They came not with the urgent, practical questions of how to treat foot rot or where the best late summer grasses could be found, though he still answered those with patient clarity. They came with the deeper, more tangled inquiries that he himself had once poured out at Malachi's feet. A young man named Asher, his face etched with the fresh grief of a father lost too soon, sat with him one evening as the swallows dipped and cried in the violet sky. "How?" was all Asher could manage, the word choked with a pain Eli remembered all too well. How do you keep walking when the path seems broken? Eli did not offer easy answers. He did not quote a psalm as a bandage. Instead, he told a story. He spoke of his own first terrifying journey through the valley of the shadow after Malachi's passing, of the echo of fear in the wadi, of the crushing weight of the solitary staff. He spoke not of the victory at the end, but of the moment in the middle, the moment of surrender, of accepting the fear and choosing to walk with it, trusting that the shepherd's presence was a greater reality than the shadow. He spoke of the truth that grief does not end. It integrates. It becomes a part of the path itself, a stone you learn to walk on, a landscape that, while forever changed, is still under the jurisdiction of a good and sovereign God. Asher listened, his shoulders slowly unbunching from their tense hunch, not because his pain was gone, but because he saw in Eli's weathered face a living testimony that it was possible to carry such a weight and not be crushed by it. On another day, a young couple, their faces bright with both hope and terror, came to him before the birth of their first child. They spoke of their fears of inadequacy, of the immense responsibility of a new life. Eli smiled, a network of kind wrinkles spreading from his eyes, and led them to the fold. He pointed to a ewe, calmly chewing her cud while her twin lambs slept pressed against her flanks. "See her?" he said. "She was the most skittish lamb you ever saw. I thought she would never settle, but the instinct was in her, placed there by the shepherd. The love came, the strength came, not all at once, but day by day." He turned to them, his gaze steady and warm. "You are not the source, you are the channel. The same one who formed that child in the secret place will give you the love and the wisdom moment by moment. to be its parents. Your job is not to know everything. Your job is to stay close to the source. This was the forge of his legacy. It was not in writing scrolls or giving grand speeches. It was in these quiet, holy moments of shared humanity, of taking the raw materials of another person's fear, doubt, or grief and holding it up to the light of the shepherd's enduring character. He was retelling the old stories, but they were no longer Malachi's stories alone. They were his own, authenticated by the sweat and tears of his own journey. He was proving that the promises were transferable. The God of the green pastures and the dark valleys was not just the God of an old, remembered generation. He was the God of Asher and the young couple and every trembling soul who sought the wisdom of the graying shepherd. The staff he now leaned on was no longer just a tool for guiding sheep. It was a symbol of a truth that could be passed from one generation to the next, a truth that could bear the weight of every human heart. The Lord was his shepherd, and this truth, forged in the fires of a long and faithful life, was now a flame he was entrusted to pass on, ensuring that the light would never go out on the hills he loved. Section 48. The fading strength, the enduring song. The relentless, gentle passage of time, which had first announced itself as morning stiffness and silvered hair, began to press more insistently upon Eli's frame. The walks to the high pastures became rare, cherished pilgrimages rather than daily routines. More often, his world was the village, the fold, and the sun-drenched bench where he held his court of the young and the seeking. His breath came shorter on the hills, and the familiar weight of his staff was now a necessary support, not just a symbol of office. He felt a profound kinship with the ancient olive tree his grandfather had once pointed to. Its outer form gnarled and weathered, but its life, drawn from a deep, unseen source, still vital and fruitful. He watched the younger shepherds, their steps quick and strong, taking the flock to places his own feet could no longer carry him. And he felt not jealousy, but a deep, settled satisfaction. The work was continuing. The story was being written in a new hand. The flock was thriving under their care, and he saw his own teachings reflected in their prudent decisions and gentle handling of the animals. He had become a living root, largely hidden from view, but essential for the vibrant life flourishing above ground. One cool autumn evening, as the last of the sunlight bled from the sky, he felt a great weariness settle upon him, a fatigue that felt different from the honest tiredness of a day's labor. It was a pulling, a gentle summons from a place beyond the hills he knew. He was not afraid. The feeling was familiar, an echo of the peace he had seen on Malachi's face in that final, luminous moment. He called for Asher, who was now a steady, capable shepherd and a dear friend. When Asher arrived, his face etched with concern, Eli smiled reassuringly. "It is time, my friend," Eli said, his voice a soft whisper, like the rustle of dry leaves. "Do not look so. This is just the final path. The shepherd is leading." He asked Asher to help him to the doorway of his home, where he could look out upon the fold one last time. The moon was rising, full and golden, just as it had on so many nights of watchfulness. The flock was settling, their forms soft and peaceful in the twilight. He could hear their quiet breathing, the occasional contented sigh. It was a picture of perfect shalom, nothing broken, nothing missing. "The Lord is my shepherd," Eli whispered. The words a lifetime of gratitude condensed into a single, powerful truth. I shall not want. He looked at Asher, his eyes holding the same deep, honey-colored peace that had once shone from Malachi's. The staff is yours now, Asher. It was always his. You hold it for him. He then turned his gaze back to the moonlit fold, but his eyes focused on something far beyond it. A look of awe, of overwhelming joy and recognition, transformed his weathered features, smoothing away the lines of age and toil. The green pastures. He breathed, his voice filled with a wonder that was utterly tangible, so much more real. His chest rose and fell in one last, quiet, perfect breath, and then was still. The song of his life, which had begun as a timid melody and swelled into a rich, complex symphony of faith, did not end. It simply changed key, transitioning from a song of journeying to the song of everlasting arrival. The shepherd had been led home. Section 49, The Legacy Unfolds. The silence that settled over the village following Eli's passing was profound. A collective holding of breath for a man who had been a fixed point in their world, as constant and reassuring as the hills themselves. His funeral was not a somber affair of mourning, but a celebration of a life richly lived, a testament woven into the very fabric of their community. The stories told were not just memories. They were heirlooms, passed from one person to another, each one a gleaming thread in the tapestry of his legacy. Asher, now the recognized elder shepherd, stood by the fresh-turned earth not with the weight of sorrow, but with the sober mantle of responsibility. He held Eli's old staff, the wood darkened and smooth from decades of use, and he felt the immense truth of Eli's final words to him. The staff is yours now. It was always his. You hold it for him. The weight was real, but it was a sacred weight, one he now understood was shared by every generation that sought to follow the Good Shepherd. In the weeks and months that followed, Eli's absence was a palpable presence, a quiet teacher in its own right. But his legacy did not lie dormant. It unfurled like a seed that had been patiently waiting in the dark soil. Asher found himself, almost without thinking, adopting Eli's rhythms. He would sit on the same sun-warmed bench, and the young and the questioning would still come, drawn by the continuity of wisdom that now resided in him. He heard himself telling Eli's stories, the story of the jackal in the valley, the lesson of the leeward side in the storm, the mystery of the flock's healing. But as he spoke, he realized they were no longer just Eli's stories. They had become his own. He had lived long enough now to have his own valleys, his own storms, his own moments of inexplicable grace. He was not merely repeating a script. He was bearing witness to a truth he had personally verified. The legacy was not a static thing to be preserved under glass. It was a living, breathing, growing entity that required each generation to water it with their own tears and nourish it with their own faith. One afternoon, a young girl from the village, her small face pinched with worry, approached Asher. Her family's lone goat was sick, and she was afraid it would die. To Asher, it was a minor thing, easily addressed with a poultice and some rest. But he saw the genuine terror in her eyes, the fear of a loss that felt world-ending to her young heart. He remembered Eli's boundless patience, his ability to see the eternal in the everyday. He did not dismiss her fear. Instead, he sat her down, much as Eli had done for him years before, and he told her a simpler version of the story of the sick flock, of how the shepherd cares for even the smallest and seemingly insignificant of his creatures, and how sometimes the very act of caring is a prayer in itself. He showed her how to make the poultice, his large, gentle hands guiding her small ones. As he watched her carefully, solemnly tend to the goat, he saw the legacy unfolding before his eyes. The flame was being passed, not in a dramatic torchlighting ceremony, but in a quiet moment of shared compassion over a sick animal. Eli was gone from their sight, but the path he had walked was now more well-trodden than ever. The lessons of the green pastures and the dark valleys were now the common inheritance of the village. The Lord was their shepherd. This was the legacy Eli had left, not a flock of sheep, but a flock of people who had learned to recognize the voice of the true shepherd, a community built on the unshakable foundation of a promise that had been tested and found true across the long and faithful arc of a single, well-shepherded life. The song continued, its melody perhaps slightly altered, but its harmony eternally the same. Section 50, The Eternal Pasture. Generations turned, their passing marked not by the slow graying of a single shepherd's hair, but by the gradual shifting of stone walls as folds were expanded and repaired, by the names of children changing in the village, and by the slow, patient growth of the ancient olive tree on the hillside. The specific stories of Malachi and Eli, once told as vivid, first-hand accounts, began to blend into the foundational lore of the community. They became the old shepherds, their individual journeys merging into a collective archetype of wisdom and faithfulness. The staff that had passed from Malachi to Eli to Asher was eventually retired, placed in a place of honor in the village meeting house. It's what a silent sermon of generations of trust. Yet, the truth those shepherds had embodied did not fade. It became the very air the community breathed, the underlying rhythm of their lives. Young parents, soothing frightened children in the night, would whisper, "The Lord is your shepherd," and the ancient promise would calm a modern fear. Men and women facing loss or walking through their own dark valleys would find comfort not just in the words of the psalm, but in the living memory of those who had proven its truth with their lives. The flock thrived, its numbers waxing and waning with the seasons, but its essential purpose remained, to be a living parable of God's care. One clear, bright morning, a very old woman, the granddaughter of the young girl Asher had once taught to make a poultice, sat on the same bench where so much wisdom had been shared. She was teaching her own great-grandson, a boy with curious eyes, how to braid a rope from straw. The boy, his small fingers fumbling with the strands, looked up at the high pastures, glowing green in the sun. "Why do we take the sheep all the way up there?" he asked. The old woman smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners, mirroring the smiles of all the shepherds who had come before her. She began to tell the story. It was no longer the story of Malachi or Eli by name, but the story. It was the story of the good shepherd who leads his flock to green pastures and beside quiet waters. It was the story of his rod and staff that bring comfort in the darkest valleys. It was the story of a table prepared in the wilderness, of anointing oil, of a cup that overflows. She told it not as a history lesson, but as a present reality, as the truest truth about their world. The boy listened, his work forgotten, his imagination captured by the promise of a shepherd whose goodness and mercy were as real as the sun on his face. He was learning the song. In the quiet of that morning, On a bench worn smooth by generations, the legacy was complete. It had transcended individuals and had become the enduring song of the people. They dwelt in the house of the Lord. They lived in the reality of the eternal pasture, under the care of the shepherd who had walked with Malachi, with Eli, with Asher, and who now walked with them, his faithfulness stretching from generation to generation, forever. Section 51, The Unbroken Circle, an epilogue of abiding grace. The story of the flock of Malachi, of Eli, of Asher, and of the countless unnamed souls who learned to listen for the shepherd's voice did not end with the setting of a sun or the turning of a final page. For the truth they lived and died for was not a narrative with a beginning and an end, but a living, breathing, eternal reality. The great, unbroken circle of God's abiding grace. The village, nestled in its valley, continued its life, a microcosm of the human experience played out under the watchful eye of the same hills that had witnessed a boy's first trembling steps of faith. The seasons cycled with their ancient, unwavering rhythm. The fierce, generative heat of summer giving way to the fruitful abundance of autumn. The silent, introspective dormancy of winter surrendering to the defiant, hopeful blush of spring. And through it all, the promise held. It held in the simple, profound moments that defined their days. It was present in the weary satisfaction of a young mother, rocking her fretful infant in the deep of night, her lips moving in a silent recitation of, "He restores my soul," finding strength not in her own exhausted reserves, but in the timeless well of a peace that surpassed her understanding. It was present in the grizzled farmer, his face leathered by a lifetime of sun, who stood over a field threatened by hailstorms and whispered, "I will fear no evil," not as a denial of the potential disaster, but as a declaration of trust in a sovereignty greater than the clouds. The legacy of the shepherds was not in the specific anecdotes that were eventually forgotten, but in the spiritual DNA they had imparted to their community. A deep-seated, instinctual knowledge that they were not alone in the universe, that they were known, loved, and led. The psalms they sang in their simple synagogue were not mere rituals. They were the heartfelt echoes of their own lived experience. When they sang of lying down in green pastures, they felt the ghost of the sun on their backs from their own labors. When they spoke of the valley of the shadow, they recalled personal griefs, personal fears, and the tangible comfort that had carried them through. The staff in the meeting house was more than a relic. It was a covenant, a tangible link in a chain of faith that stretched back through the dim corridors of time, all the way to the heart of God Himself. New challenges arose, of course. There were years of drought that tested their belief in provision, seasons of conflict that strained their belief in goodness, and personal tragedies that screamed against the promise of mercy. Yet the foundation held. The stories of the old shepherds provided a framework, a language for their suffering and their hope. They learned, as Eli had, that faith was not a shield from hardship, but a companion through it. They discovered that the shepherd's goodness was not the absence of valleys, but His presence within them. Their trust became a rugged, weathered thing, beautiful in its resilience, proven not in ease but in endurance. And so the circle remained unbroken. The children who listened to the stories became the adults who lived them. They, in turn, became the elders who passed them on, their voices blending with the voices of Malachi and Eli in a great cloud of witnesses. The flock of sheep still grazed on the hills, a perpetual, bleating parable. But the true flock was the people, the community of the shepherded, who, across the relentless flow of generations, continue to learn the deepest truth any soul can ever know. That to be led, to be provided for, to be restored, to be comforted, and to be brought home is the sum of all living. The Lord was, is, and always will be their shepherd, and in that one eternal truth they would dwell secure and at peace forever. Section 52. The Whisper in the Stones. A legacy carved in time. The legacy of the shepherds did not merely reside in the fading memories of the elderly or the retold stories around evening fires. It was woven into the very landscape, etched into the stones and whispered on the winds that swept through the valley. The path to the high pastures, though widened by generations of passing flocks, still bore the ghost of its original treacherous narrowness near the Wadi Ketzits. Parents would bring their children to that very spot, not to frighten them, but to point to the enduring solidity of the rock and say, "See, the path holds. As it did for Malachi, as it did for Eli, so it will for you. The shepherd's ways are right paths, and they will bear your weight." The specific names might blur, but the lesson in the topography remained. A silent, perpetual sermon on divine faithfulness. The old sheepfold, its stones mossy and settled deep into the earth, was another such monument. It had been expanded and reinforced countless times, but its heart was the original enclosure built by Malachi's father, or his father before him. When a young shepherd leaned against its wall in the quiet of the night watch, he was leaning against history. Not a dead history, but a living one. He was participating in the same vigil, facing the same primal fears of darkness and predators, and drawing from the same well of courage that had sustained his forebears. The fold was more than a pen. It was a sanctuary of continuity, a physical declaration that the same protection afforded to the flock of the past was promised to the flock of the present. Even the flora seemed to testify. The hardy, fragrant thyme that carpeted the sun-drenched slopes was the same time Malachi had pointed to as a sign of the shepherd's provision. The gnarled olive tree, now so vast its branches created a small kingdom of shade, was the very one under which Eli had first understood the hidden work of roots during a spiritual winter. Children would play in its shade, and their laughter was, in its own way, a fulfillment of the promise, a testament to life and joy flourishing in a place where wisdom had taken root generations before. The legacy was also in the rhythms of work and the language of the hands. The way a young woman would gently but firmly guide a straying lamb back to the flock was a gesture learned from Asher, who had learned it from Eli. The specific knot used to secure the gate of the fold was the same one Malachi had taught his grandson, a practical piece of knowledge that became a thread connecting them across the chasm of time. The communal shearing day, with its festival atmosphere, was not just an economic necessity. It was a reenactment of the great lesson of liberation, a yearly reminder that the shepherd delights in removing burdens his people cannot shed themselves. And in the quietest moments, the legacy was most potent. It was in the way a dying man, his breath growing shallow, would turn his face not toward the door in fear, but toward the window, toward the hills, with a look of recognition and longing, whispering the words that were his passport into eternity. "The Lord is my shepherd." It was in the way a young couple, pledging their lives to one another, would include the psalm in their vows, not as a pretty tradition, but as the foundational covenant upon which they would build their home. The stones, the paths, the trees, the work, the lives, the deaths. All of it was part of the great, unending story. The whispers of the past were not echoes of something that was over. They were the ongoing, gentle narration of a love affair between a creator and his creation. The shepherd had walked these hills. He had spoken through the lives of faithful men and women, and he was walking them still. His voice as clear in the rustling leaves and the trusting eyes of the flock as it had ever been. The legacy was not a thing of the past. It was the very atmosphere of the present, the hope for the future, and the eternal song of a people who knew, deep in their bones, that they were forever and always his. Section 53, The River of Generations. The passage of time in the valley was not a linear march, but a great, flowing river. With each generation, a new current adding its unique strength and character to the timeless waters. The children who had once wide-eyed listened to the stories of the old shepherds now stood as the village's pillars, their own hair beginning to be touched with the wisdom of silver. They saw in their own children and grandchildren the same spark of curiosity, the same capacity for faith and fear that had once defined their own youth. And so, the work of stewardship continued. The sacred trust passed from weathered hands to eager ones. A young girl named Leora, with her grandfather's keen eyes and a spirit as untamed as the hill winds, became the one the flock seemed to instinctively trust. She could calm a skittish ewe with a mere whisper, and she possessed an uncanny sense for finding the hidden springs and the most nourishing patches of grass, as if the land itself spoke to her. Her grandfather, Asher's own son, would watch her with a familiar ache of pride and nostalgia, seeing in her the same deep, intuitive connection to the flock that had marked Eli. He began to teach her not just the practicalities of shepherding, but the heart of it. He led her to the high pastures at dawn and taught her to listen to the silence. He showed her how to read the weather in the clouds and the health of the flock in the set of their shoulders and the brightness of their eyes. And he told her the stories. He told her of Malachi, the old root from which their faith had grown. He told her of Eli, who had carried the legacy through grief and solitude and had forged it into something unshakably his own. He told her of her great-grandfather Asher, who had learned to bear the weight of the staff with grace. He did not present these stories as distant legends, but as her inheritance, as relevant to her life as the staff she would one day carry. "The Lord is our shepherd, Leora," he would say, his voice soft against the vastness of the hills. "This is the first thing you must know, and the last thing you must ever forget. Everything else flows from that." Leora listened, her young soul drinking in the words like the dry earth drinks the rain. She began to see the flock not just as animals, but as a living lesson. She saw the shepherd's guidance in the path they took, his provision in the grass they ate, his protection in the sturdy walls of the fold. The stories of the past were not history to her. They were a map for her own future. The river flowed on. The legacy was not a static monument to be visited, but a current to be entered. And in Leora's bright, attentive eyes, the future of the flock and the future of the faith shone with a clear and promising light. The song was being learned by a new voice, and the melody, ancient and ever new, continued its beautiful, unending rise and fall. Section 54. The tapestry of the flock, weaving past, present, and future. The life of the village, and indeed the very essence of the legacy left by the shepherds, could be understood not as a straight line, but as a vast, intricate tapestry. Each life was a single thread, some vibrant and strong, others subtle and blending into the background, some tragically short, others enduring for the length of the whole weave. The stories of Malachi, Eli, and Asher were not isolated, brilliant threads removed from the loom and admired separately. They were the foundational warps, the strong, vertical lines upon which the entire tapestry depended for its structure and strength. Across these sturdy warps, the shuttle of time wove the colorful, dynamic weft of every subsequent generation. Leora's thread was now being woven in, a bright, golden strand full of potential. But hers was just one among thousands. There was the thread of the village potter, a man who had never herded a sheep in his life, but who had learned from Eli that all work could be an act of worship. He shaped clay on his wheel, and in the centered, patient rhythm of his hands, he found a reflection of the shepherd who shapes human hearts. His pots and jars, functional and beautiful, carried water and grain to the community, and in their making, the legacy of mindful, dedicated work was passed on. There was the thread of the widow who had lost her husband to a fever. Her thread was a dark, somber color, a gash of grief in the fabric. For a time, it seemed her thread would simply end, knotted and broken. But the community, schooled in the lessons of the Valley of the Shadow, gathered around her. They did not offer platitudes. They offered presence. They brought her food, mended her roof, and sat with her in her silence. They were the tangible expression of the rod and staff, comforting her. Slowly, tentatively, her thread began to weave again, now intertwined with threads of compassion and solidarity, creating a pattern of resilience that was more beautiful for having incorporated the darkness. There was the thread of the young, hot-headed man who chafed against the traditions of the village, who saw the stories of the shepherds as quaint fables for a simpler time. His thread was a rebellious, jarring red, clashing with the more muted tones around him. He sought his fortune in a distant city, convinced the shepherd's care was a myth for those who lacked ambition. His journey away was a loose, fraying section of the tapestry. Yet even his thread was not lost. The lessons of his childhood, the whispered words of the psalm learned at his mother's knee, were a part of him. In the city, faced with hollow success and profound loneliness, the memory of the green pastures and quiet waters became an ache in his soul. His return, humbled and weary, and his reintegration into the life of the village, added a depth and a complexity to the tapestry that would have been impossible without his struggle. His thread, once rebellious, now became a thread of testimony to the relentless pull of the shepherd's love. The tapestry included threads of joy, the brilliant white of a wedding day, the soft pink of a newborn's cheek, the cheerful yellow of the abundant harvest. It included threads of mundane, daily faithfulness, the brown of tilled earth, the gray of gathered wool, the simple beige of bread baked and shared. It included threads of conflict and reconciliation, of failure and forgiveness, of doubt and rediscovered faith. Every interaction, every choice to trust or to fear, to serve or to withhold, to forgive or to resent, was another pass of the shuttle, another knot tied. Leora, learning the ways of the flock, was not just learning a trade. She was learning to see this tapestry. Her grandfather showed her how the steadfastness of Malachi was reflected in the reliability of the village elder who settled disputes with wisdom. He showed her how Eli's courage in solitude was mirrored in the young mother who persevered while her husband was away. He showed her how Asher's gentle strength was present in the potter's patient hands. The flock was the central, recurring motif in this great work, the living metaphor that tied everything together. But the true subject of the tapestry was the great weaver himself. The Lord was the shepherd, yes, but he was also the artist. The green pastures, the dark valleys, the still waters, the prepared table, they were all elements of his grand design. The goodness and mercy that followed were the golden threads he used to highlight, to connect, and to beautify even the darkest sections. To dwell in the house of the Lord was to understand that one's own thread, however seemingly insignificant or tangled, was part of this magnificent, ongoing creation. It was to trust the weaver's hand, even when the pattern was incomprehensible from the limited view of the single thread. Section 55. The Song of the Stone. In the heart of the village, not far from the meeting house where the old staff was kept, stood a large, smooth stone. It was unremarkable to a stranger's eye, just a piece of the local limestone, worn by wind and rain. But to the people of the village, it was known as the Listening Stone. Its origins were lost to time, but its purpose had been sanctified by generations of use. It was the place where one went to listen, for the shepherd's voice, for the whisper of wisdom, for the courage to take the next step. It was here that Malachi had sat with a young, anxious Eli. It was here that Eli had wrestled with his grief and found the strength to lead. It was here that Asher had brought his own doubts and questions. And now it was Leora's turn. She came to the stone one evening, the weight of her new responsibilities feeling heavier than usual. A difficult decision lay before her, a choice between two grazing routes, each with its own risks and benefits. The logical part of her mind could list the pros and cons, but a deeper unease lingered. It was the weight of the staff, the burden of choice that Eli had spoken of. She sat on the cool, familiar surface of the stone, letting the peace of the twilight settle around her. She closed her eyes and did what her grandfather had taught her. She listened. She listened past the distant bleating of the flock, past the chatter of her own anxious thoughts. She listened to the silence that lived beneath the sounds of the village. And in that silence, she didn't hear a voice giving her instructions. Instead, a memory surfaced, clear and vivid. She was a small child, sitting on this very stone with Eli, now ancient and frail. He hadn't been teaching her about sheep that day. He had simply been pointing out the colors of the sunset. "Look, little one," he had said, his voice a dry rustle. "See how the shepherd paints the sky each evening? Just for the beauty of it. Just because he can. He doesn't need to. He wants to." The memory was a gentle touch on her soul. The decision about the grazing route was important, yes, but it was not the entirety of her calling. Her primary calling was to know the heart of the shepherd, to trust in his goodness, to rest in the fact that the same God who painted the sky with such extravagant beauty was intimately involved in the path of her flock. The decision itself became less daunting. It was no longer a test of her worthiness as a shepherd, but a simple, practical step in a journey she was taking with a faithful guide. A quiet confidence replaced the anxiety. She knew which path to take. It was the one that felt most in alignment with the character of the shepherd she had come to know, the one of provision, of safety, of wise timing. She opened her eyes. The stone was the same. The village was the same. But she was different. The listening stone had not spoken, but it had held her while she listened. It had been a silent partner in her communion, a witness to another soul learning the same eternal lesson. That the answer is not always a specific direction, but the profound reassurance of a presence. The song of the stone was the song of every heart that had ever sat upon it. A song of seeking, of waiting, and of ultimately finding peace in the one unchanging truth. The Lord is my shepherd.